Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of the Elendor Chronicles, brought to you by the Component Cast. Before we get on with tonight's episode, we of course have a few things we need to cover. I'm going to keep talking even though my screen just froze. Yeah, no, we're fine. Before we get on with tonight's episode, one of the best ways you can help support the show is by becoming one of our wonderful Twitch subscribers or one of our patrons. Patrons give us the biggest slice of the pie, but by no means do you have to give us money to be here. We enjoy your viewership nonetheless, and we are trying to entertain you for free. It's just if you can give, do so. If you can't give, there's so many other ways you can help us grow. By watching our videos, watching our shorts, sharing our videos, listening to our soundtrack, liking our tweets. As simple as joining the Discord and being there and having a fun time is good enough for us. So please just consider doing whatever you can to be around and within the community. And those of you who do, we absolutely see you. And thank you for your continued support, those who are supporting us. Now, without further ado, I don't want to waste any time today. I'm going to say let's get on with today's episode. Last time on the Elendor Chronicles, our brave adventurers were caught up in the progression of a mystery, which was, we left off previously on a cliffhanger where the Queen Consort of the Plains of the Nardathel had been mysteriously vanished. The investigation took our adventurers through a series of portals, first into an unidentified crypt of a entity or deity partially forgotten, in which you fought some of the tomb's guardians, or so you thought, only to then progress somewhere much more out of the ordinary, for you discovered a portal, a passageway into the Hall of Mirrors, part of the transcendent planes between the outer and your plane as you know it. You essentially went to purgatory, floating in an endless void of smoke and mirrors. The navigating this space proved difficult, but you were guided by those from beyond to the transept, and the apse, a pathway for souls to pass on to the outer planes. You had a short conversation with an entity known only as the Journeyman, a guide into the halls of the afterlife, or an option to return. Valymr was given the option with the Queen Consort, who was smuggled away and hidden somewhere in the smokeless plains, to return, but Ruby and Breton continued on, even at the risk of them never existing. However, the powers that be were reluctant to let our intrepid heroes be forgotten, and did agree to send them back to the plains. However, it came at a huge cost. As we left off, we saw and revealed that many, well, in fact, all bar one, the seals were broken. We left off with all of you in a dark cave, and in front of you, a hunched over, silvered, pale undead facing away from you. Eyes fixed on a blade. But before we continue with that, I've got to give you a question to give yourself the chance of winning some inspiration this week. And for that, I'm going to ask you, I'm gonna be a merciful and benevolent DM this week. And it's mainly because the name of them keeps getting lost. But what is the name of the astral entities that you first found on the floating
pariahs?
There you go.
Yeah, astral pariahs, yeah.
Lambert coming in with a memory test.
No. You know the reason is because to remember it, I linked them in my head to, you know, the Necron pariahs that GW discontinued. That's what I envisage now. I know they look nothing like that, but that's the link that I've made, and yeah, so that's it really.
I keep wanting to call them Aeons because that's what they look like from the Pathfinder. Anyway.
Sometimes my memory does not fail me. I don't remember when that is, but sometimes, I'm sure, it happens.
Oh, they just... Sorry, I've just gone on to the Necron pariahs, and my brain's like...
Yeah.
I was like,
they
discontinued
with the lore
those?
changed.
Those are cool. Damn. Anyway.
Yeah, they're not even in the lore anymore.
Wow, sad. They were cool models. Anyway. So yes. Where you currently sit is... In front of you, there is probably 30 foot away. There is this figure of a knight, which has been already sensed to be undead. There, you see a slight silvered glow to them, just irradiating an aura. Breton, I'm going to get you to make a perception check. Was it you who did the divine sense to check if it was undead or not?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, that was Valymr.
I think that might have been me. Do I need to roll something? Sorry.
Sorry, I said Lake roll a perception check, but I don't know if that came.
Oh, so you want me? Sorry. Yes. Okay. I can.
But you can, yes.
16.
8. I'm back to being bad perception this week.
Like, you immediately eyes a fix on this entity. You vaguely know what it is from your own oath and teachings. But something catches you off guard. Faintly, you hear sobbing. Crying. Emanating from this entity.
Okay. that doesn't help narrow it down at all. I really don't know what the hell this thing is supposed to be.
Just to recap from last time, I think it was made relatively clear to you as we left off that this is an ancient guardian, a knight in silver, and could in fact be the Chevalier Argent. The heraldry, the depictions that you've seen in your own studies and in your own readings of the heroism and the tales of the Chevalier, whilst not as regal a depiction, the entity in front of you looks like it could be.
Yeah. I mean, you said it seems like it's crying.
Yeah.
It seems like it's clearly something is distraught. This creature, or this creature just being distraught. It's, I think, more tragic to think about. Still not sure if it even notices that we're here.
It doesn't.
Like, is it distraught over the blade? Is this thing just crying over the fact that the seal's been broken? I think Breton. Like, do we just leave this thing here? Like, do we get anything out of approaching this thing? Or is it better up for us to just leave this thing to its devices? That is really the question. Breton wants to get a closer look at what, like, is that the sword? Like, is that the sword that he's been looking for, and by extension, like, we've been curious about? Because if that's the Blade of Equilibrium, like,
There have been rumors of sightings of him.
Do I get what kind of pings do I get from the divine sense? Is it just
Undead.
like, is it just undead, or is there any divine shit going on in there?
No, it's just undead.
Just undead.
There's no celestials, fae, fiend.
and no presence of the divine object. Okay. Yeah, because the necklace we have doesn't detect the seals. That was the one that.
You have the talisman that would attract or repulse depending on a seal, but that's not currently out. You can, I believe.
I thought that was still on. I thought Zeb still had that.
No, he gave it to me.
I think he gave it to you, but it's tucked under your armor.
Yeah. Do I feel anything under the armor at all from it?
Not where you are.
Okay.
We're here. Screw it. Breton is just going to step forward. He's going to start slinking closer to get a closer look at this thing.
Ruby's going to keep some distance, about 20 or 30 feet away.
Sure, you're at 30 feet right now. As a
make a
note,
big assumption of how big this room is.
I'll
it's
split the difference.
It's probably about a 30-foot radius circular room, slightly like hewn into the rocks. The knight figure is kind of in the center of it, and the path out seems to be directly in front of you, like the other side of him. Where you are seems to be between two like obelisk shapes. There is no like portal that you've come through.
Actually, I'll be basically because we still have the queen with her. I'm just going to be in front of the queen, her against the wall, me in
Sure.
front of her.
Absolutely.
Basically
That's totally
protecting
fine.
her if anything goes shitty.
Sure thing. You approach. How close would you like to get, Breton?
He's just gonna walk closer until it seems like this thing even notices he's there.
Okay. As you get closer, you also pick up some things that were obscured from vision, because the area that he's on is like not 5 foot, but like it's a couple of feet up, like some steps into and then down again. In front of him, down some steps that were like obscured out of vision, there's about 5 or 6 bodies. They seem to be of various races and species. They look to be an adventuring party. All dispatched.
How old are these bodies?
Fresh.
Fresh. Huh.
Bless you.
That's.
They're fresh. In fact, the blood is still wet on the ground. This could have been an hour ago. And you get a bit of a better view of it now, because I would say you'd keep a little bit of a berth rather than going directly behind this creature, because you want to like keep it tactically with like you're kind of you want the creature to notice you slightly. So I'd say you'd like take a slight sidestep as you move, like sort of moving at a diagonal, keeping it in front of you, but enough that you get more of a vision of the surroundings, what it is, what it's holding, etc. And you just see this creature slightly sobbing and just wiping clean this blade that is just ripped. It's like a brilliant deep silver blade with a like blackened hilt and handle with silvery guard, and it is just, you follow the blade along and there's like ripples like lightning up it until like you get to the center of the blade where there's a deep crack right through the center, and then the blade continues with more cracks up it until it gets to a sharp silver point. And it's almost like a gradient of black all the way to white up the silvering of the blade, and this entity is just wiping it clean of blood.
Yeah, I'm sure this is gonna go fine. If it's still not seeming to notice him, then it's after a minute he probably just to say, "Night." Are you? I don't suppose you can explain what happened here.
You feel an ethereal voice in the room around you. The entity's mouth doesn't speak, like move. But you see you hear an ethereal voice. Everyone can kind of hear this. It's a little echoey, but it's clear enough that you all hear it. It's like a hush whisper on the wind of, I failed.
You failed. What have you failed? There's a scene here, bodies strewn about the floor.
I failed my quest. I failed my quest.
Uh-huh. Your quest. no point in beating around with mixed messages, I guess. And what was your quest? How did you fail it?
The sword was never meant to be remade.
Seals.
A surge of power. Like none I've ever seen. No matter how hard I tried to push against it, I have watched and waited for 1,000 years. And yet, they succeeded. For the first time, the entity moves its head to like gaze at the individuals strewn around. The mage focused his energy on repairing the weapon, the others holding me back. I had been hunting them hunting others for months. But they needed me to leave so they could mend it here.
Where are they now?
Sorry, what was that?
Where are they now?
Dead on the floor.
Oh, he killed them all?
Well, there's a bit of them here, and there's a little bit of them here, and I think there's
Yeah,
a bit on the roof.
he's currently referring to the bodies strewn around him.
Do any of the bodies, do any of them seem familiar, or is this is the people who managed to do this?
Make
Heraldry.
yeah, make a perception check. You didn't.
I mean, it's possible I wasn't with the group if they met some of these
I
people.
don't think you were.
Ruby is also investigating the bodies because that's the question she brought up.
Oh, you've gone forward now.
You were 30 feet away, and
Well,
you can't
you're
see the
probably
bodies from where
you're-
you are.
Yeah, you're about 40 feet away from the bodies themselves. Because they're like the other side of him. You're 30 feet away from him.
Got it.
Blake went forward, up the steps slightly, forward and slightly diagonal to now see this whole scene in front of
Then
him.
Ruby will walk around the perimeter
Sure.
to get towards them. Is she keeping her distance from this guy?
I'm sticking it around about like 7 o'clock. If the exit is at 12.
Exits at 12. 7. I would say Lake's at 3. So, Beth, are you going like 11 o'clock?
Clockwise, yeah, 11 o'clock, yeah.
Cool. Okay. Brent, you don't get the intent that this individual is hostile.
Mm-mm.
At least not right now at all. There was a surge of energy in this very room. The glyphs, the runes, they flickered to life. I haven't seen that since I first took my oath.
Yes, another seal broken. What did I declare you, fair knight? Do you have a name? Do you have a title?
I had a name long ago. I do not recall it. There's there's a level of like fixation going on. It's something you notice as well, like the entity isn't wholly there. So like he's trying to clean the blade, but it doesn't seem like he is corporeal enough to fully ever clean it, if that makes sense. It's like his hand isn't fully interacting with the blade.
Well, that is going to make it difficult to address you without just calling you Fair Knight. This sword you were protecting is only one of many. Unfortunately, much as this one, many others have failed in their duties. 9 seals that had to be protected. 8 seals that have fallen. There is only one left.
The knight's head actually turns to you. And you see, like, it's weird. It's like sometimes in the visage you see like a great helm. Sometimes the visor's not there and you see like a very, very fair face. Other times, like, and with another fade, you see just a skull. But when you do see the human face with somewhat elven features, there's a look of acknowledgement of, you know of the seals.
We do. We have been trying to keep them safe for what little time we've known of them, but apparently it has not been successful either. Also, it really should just dawn now that the significance of all but one of the seals are broken. That means something managed to get past Aureus. Like, I don't think that fully dawned. Like, something has either beaten or snuck past Aureus to destroy his seal. Like...
All of the places we left them secured.
Yeah. And the one that we got from Valymr,
The shroud.
the Death Shroud, yeah. That one was already, the seal was already broken on that one.
Yeah, because you could touch it without dying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyways, unfortunately, the truth is just laid bare. There's only one seal left, and we are doing everything we can to hold back that seal from being broken. The issue is, we don't know where the enemy hides. We don't know what their plans are, and we are scrambling at every step to stay ahead of them. Currently, some sect of them seeks to assassinate the king of the Nodathel and ruin the line. They are trying to destroy this country. We don't know if that is part of their plot to do this, or if this is merely aspirations for them to cause as much chaos as possible, but We desperately need all the help we can to prevent this from happening.
He stands up. And looks towards you. He's also towering about 10 foot tall.
Giant silver spectral knight, like it's checks out.
Just imagine
Guy's been protecting a seal for the better part of 1,000 years.
I know you. You are Sir Breton Montelier. You're a knight who took up in my name. I do not detect you are a liar. My family's kingdom is in danger. He turns, looks at the bodies. And then he points at one. You notice one now. Ruby, you could probably see this one from your angle as well. There's one that seems to be in like plate armor, but also robes.
Mm-hmm.
It looked to be a cleric.
Go check the body. Check the bodies, if anybody recognizable. Or heraldry that's...
The cleric, you can very much see the holy symbol of. It seems to be of Aya.
Why would a cleric of Ayer be here?
That one tried to save them. But its powers would not answer them. Use your camera. Trying to deliver a monologue. God, can't get the help these days. There has been much that no one could have foreseen. We are but a fracture of what we should have been. A ruin of what hope they had when they first came here. He didn't know what they were doing. They were merely following our codes, living the lives we set to follow. The honorable quest. The righteous adventure. Yet they were just puppets in a vaudeville performance. And I, but the final act. The entity turns to you again. My quest is over. My time fleeting. I am using what little I have left to ask of you this. bring back hope. And he, like, turns the sword to you. And let me rest.
Then this becomes my quest. And Breton kind of like, it's almost like he's afraid to take the sword.
Sure.
But he like like it's begrudging and slow, but he moves to take it very gingerly.
The sword is probably a hand and a half, but feels the weight of a short sword.
Actually, I imagine also when he takes it, like he's probably gonna like sweep his cloak around and finally clean the blood off the edge.
Mm-hmm. You do so, and you can do. And as you do, you feel like a crackle of energy.
There's still time to fix all of this.
For you.
Rest. It is our turn. Your duty ends. Rest.
The entity looks up at you and takes off the helmet. And you see this, like, skull face that then flickers between a real visage. And you just see them smile. And then the like, spectral layer dissipates. And a bright light fills the room. And then the bone and metal armor that was kind of still there just crumples and clatters to the floor. The room is also filled like with a greenish, silvered white light. And you just hear like almost like a release of breath with it.
Kind of at a loss, Breton's just gonna look around. I mean, he said they were being manipulated. What are the odds they still have something on them that proves why they were here? Who sent them to do this? Evidence. We need evidence. We need clues.
Ruby is checking the bodies.
Sure. Okay.
How does the queen look?
Um.
'Cause I think she say last time out that it was the knight that brought her to the Hall of Mirrors.
Yeah.
Trying to keep
She
her
looks. She looks.
Yeah, let's just gloss over the fact that we
Make
just
an
completely
insight
ruined this
check.
guy's other side.
An insight check, Valymr. And Ruby, make an investigation check, please. If you want to take some time to pour over it, you can do it at advantage.
She is going to be taking her time.
15.
Frazzled.
17.
There's a solemn singular tear like rolling down her cheek right now. And she looks spaced out of it kind of a little bit. Whatever the case is, she's not taking it all well.
Heavy shit.
With a 17, Ruby, you find all sorts. This is a fairly well-equipped adventuring party, or what remains of it. There's quite a few supplies on them, pence, etc. The spellcaster seems to have a spellbook, of which various pages, etc., are heavily... Actually, you find that some of the spellbook pages are like the tone of the paper does not match the rest of the book, so they look like they're being kept in there, or they've found them from a different source. You also find on an individual, possibly a fighter, possibly a paladin. You find a note, which looks to be you've seen similar bureaucratic markings when you've seen like Darius's paperwork. So this seems to be like a mercenary contract.
Signed by whom?
The contract is signed by the give me 2 seconds. Don't think that's...
You're not looking for the P name, are you?
No, it is... No, it's a name associated with a name, and I've put down... I looked at it and I was like, that's not the correct name. Is an individual by the name of Sir Hugon the Shy. Which is a name you know. As they were on the guest list of the second summit. They were a knight of the King of Gleswy.
Is that somebody who's currently at our group or the Lord's Council?
Yes. King Elector Terrowin the Unbreakable, the King of Gleswy, is the Marshal of the realm.
So he sent these adventurers to do what? To steal the seal? Reform
Break
it?
They reforged the seal.
Reforged the seal.
Is that seal here? Is that that's not the sword that Breton
That's the blade. This is the blade of equilibrium.
Oh, I thought it was just a knight's sword. That's fucking based. Okay. I mean, it's not. It's the opposite. It's very bad that exists now.
But we now have an idea of who's doing this.
Does the note say specifically to go and do, get the blade?
It doesn't name what the blade is. It does say that they are to... it says on the mercenary contract, as you read it, it seems these individuals were provided with the two halves and were sent here to perform a ritual and defeat a very, very powerful undead that was preventing this holy weapon from being restored. There is text here that this is a weapon that belonged to an old saint of Nardathel, and that reforging this artifact would be a great boon for the for all of the battles ahead.
I'm gonna
Help
pull
turn
out
the tide of the war.
the seal detecting pendant and hold it out. Walk towards Breton a bit.
It repulses.
So it is a reforged seal.
You can confirm, yes.
There's an unfortunate possibility here that these individuals were not agents of Null, nor were they directed here by Null. Because as we've established already, not everyone knows about the seals. This was, in fact, just a saintly weapon. To the common man, this would just be a holy relic that could be a powerful weapon, and reforging it might make sense.
I'd like to believe that, but Sir Hugo was at the summit. He's aware of the seals.
Yeah. He knew what our goal was, too.
Either he...
These
the most
individuals.
generous understanding of it is to say that he was aware that the seals should never be reforged, the Blade of Equilibrium should never be reforged, and he mistakenly thought that two other, another broken sword was this one, and it's totally different, but that's too generous for me. We need to talk to him.
The contract is dated after the summit.
How long after?
This contract is dated only about a month ago. Not quite a month ago. Probably around the same length of time from when Breton's old mentor found you in Reshin.
When did we first start hearing rumors about the Chevalier Knight's disappearance? Because he was questing again to find what had been lost.
You heard about that pretty much the first day you entered Nardathel, but
so a little after this would have started.
But also that dated slightly before it, probably, because obviously your mentor had heard about it and had brought you in on because that was happening. So probably you would surmise that it was stolen first, or the two halves were stolen, and then this group was set about to go reforged it. So it's like multiple parties. Ruby, you are interested in this ritual. It does catch your eye because you find the notes in the Wizard's Scroll. This actually has pertinent information on reforging seals.
Yeah.
You
theoretically how to break them too.
Could be very, very useful in the research.
Do it backwards, right?
Just do it backwards. No, we need to get this to Legman's Land.
We still have a job to finish.
Yes.
With this group was clearly strong enough to hold off, 1,000-year-old knight on a super hard quest of protection. He's pretty powerful. They managed to hold him off for long enough that, this ritual was completed. So they were probably pretty accomplished. They have any good loot?
Yeah, they've got there's stuff on them. There seems to be, each person's got an individual satchel. They've got some very, very nice looking armor and weapons. And what are you looking for? What are you looking for in particular? They've got stuff. Like, it is a fully equipped, probably. Put it this way: this is a fully equipped party of probably level 12s. if I'm to break away from the in-game stuff, it's what you're looking at, about 8 level 12 adventurers. Well, between level 7 and 12. They're not all the same level. Mercenaries aren't always, but like these are like some of the like. Not too long ago, these sort of individuals would have given you a fair fight.
Potions, rings, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I would say that you can find. There's definitely assortment of jewelry and also wealth on them. There's also definitely some potions. There. They're also on the one that looks to be a fighter or knight of some individual. If you continue to spend time searching, there seems to be a potion bottle that is filled with like a transparent silvery liquid with what looks to be a fingernail in it.
Oh. I think I know exactly off the top of my head. I know exactly what that is.
Yeah.
It's good because I have no clue.
Not a lot of potions that have fingernails in them.
Trying to think of a pun with fingernail.
Fee, fi, fo, fum.
Is it a potion of giant strength or like enlarge giant strength?
Yeah. It makes buff. Makes very, very buff.
Super strength, essentially.
Depending on what quality or tier the giant strength potion is, it will make you significantly stronger.
Yeah, there's that.
So this fighter was high on strength. Actually, no, he didn't drink the potion. Very low on intelligence.
There are some empty bottles about. They were put this way. These guys seem to be very prepared.
You know the sad part about all of this?
This could have been us.
Yeah.
It's not.
No, we don't won.
It's unfortunate for them, but we got to focus on the task at hand.
Is there any identification? If they're an adventuring party,
I mean, yeah,
like
the
they
name
would have been going around all over.
It's
the place,
on.
right?
It's a lot of their like the adventuring party's name is on the contract.
Okay, what is it?
They are the Blue Medallion. There are some other items that you think might be like there's a lot of these individuals are like there's some other potions and stuff, so it depends on how long you guys want to
Not too particularly long. I want to get the queen.
I'll say, look, take an hour. Take a proper hour, just do that. And we'll move on from there, because we still need to figure out where the hell we even are.
Just throw some random stuff in the party sheet when you like.
Sure.
Check it out later.
Obviously, one thing Breton's going to do is he is going to take, presumably one of these individuals was carrying a sword, hopefully with a sheath large enough to fit the blade.
Yep, the fighter looking one definitely seemed to be using like a claymore. So it was probably a little big for the blade that you've got, but it's enough that you can store it.
Yeah, just something to protect the blade.
Sure.
Let's get the queen home then.
Is Sir Hugo at the castle?
So Hugo wasn't, no. That
Makes
you know
sense.
of. That you know of.
That would have been too easy.
No, but I do think we can scry for him using the Lord High Mage.
Yes.
Let's go. And she will look at all the bodies, and for the first time, I think Brett probably heard it, she says a very faint prayer to Brayla. May you find your second chance in lands beyond.
All right, let's see where this has dumped us out at. And Brenton's going to make his way over towards the door.
Sure. It seems to lead to like a passageway, which goes for about 20 feet before hitting a 10-foot wide spiral staircase.
Sure, let's head up.
Sure. You notice that there's every now and then there's like a chalk mark of an X, like on a flagstone or some other steps. Give me a perception check.
It's like if you go through and seeing chalk mark on X, first thought is they mock the traps.
I don't think I would mark this. Like if flagstone A, step on it, trap, I wouldn't put pressure on that with chalk to make the X.
15.
Like it could be.
They
maybe
look like
stick
they've
the
marked
ones
some
either
traps.
side of it as well.
Yeah.
Or that works too.
No, you would absolutely mark the flagstone because flagstones are not.
You'd need
don't
a
want
lot more weight than chalk.
Yeah, you don't want the force of a stiff breeze to set these off because that defeats the trap. You need the force of like a person stepping on it to set the trap off. That's what you want.
Gnome-proof trap.
Yeah, we should avoid stepping on these wherever possible. They managed to get through here. We should do the same.
Bren, will you mind helping the queen over if we're going upstairs and having to skip stairs? Queen might need a little bit of help. And strong me not.
Like I imagine, like you say that, and Breton just thinks for a second, and his immediate response is just to kneel down and like assume like, okay, go on, get on the back, just climb on the back. I'll just piggyback position, engage. Spiral staircase. We don't want her to sit on the shoulder. She'll hit her head every rung up.
It's actually a really pretty open spiral staircase because it's a 10-foot gap each way. You're climbing this for a good 10 minutes. Breton, you start to hear rushing water.
River? Waterfall? Seriously, where in the God's name has this dumped us off at?
Well, hopefully when we get to the top we can get our bearings.
You continue to climb. And it's soon that you start to see light kind of coming through. It's like it's been the same pretty much all the way up, and you've just been re-navigating, backtracking this adventuring party's path. And you see oh, there was window. We just went past windows. And you seem to be in an ocean. There's a landmass. And it's one of those things you get to, you what you see from the window, you see ocean and you hear seabirds. You see water. You climb up a bit further and you actually get to the roof of what now you seem to be in a tower, like a short tower, like a little stub bastion tower, probably only like 3 stories in itself, with most of the tunnel going underground. And upon the parapets you see that you are somewhere between 2 land masses, and one to your one to your east, sort of, you think east, on one to your west, kind of. And you look back from where you came, and you've actually, there's like a, you didn't notice it because of the perspective of where you were coming up, but you've essentially come out of what seemed to be like a forced floor that has been opened in some way. Look around, and as you're on top of the tower as well, there's like, you see a grappling hook where clearly some people have climbed up this, and there's a small sort of single mast sailing ship as well, like banks upon this really, really harsh, craggy sort of outcrop surrounded by water. And also on this island you see like a little fire in like a brazier. It's not a little, it's like a brazier.
I'll be right back. Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, to the landmass of each side, one of which you see a spiraling tower city, the other you see a port city, like in the horizon distance. You've gotten lucky, it's quite a clear day. Both Breton and Ruby would kind of recognize where you are. You're in the gates of Halcyon. You're in the gates of Halcyon, at the entrance of the Bay of Gold. You are between Othray and the Eladrin Empire.
So there's an island in that.
We're really far away from where we need to be.
We got teleported.
Yes, we did.
Twice.
Significantly.
Sorry. 3 times.
Once, twice, 3 times a TP.
We're
Wow,
not actually that far from
my home.
my home too, if we were to go north.
Oh, good news, bad news. I know where we are. Bad news, I can't get us back until tomorrow. Well, that's not true. I can get us back tonight, but I have literally nothing else in the tank.
Do we have any ability to send word to anyone?
Yes, but again, I'm out of gas. Sorry, spell slots are pretty tapped right now. I can get us back tonight right now because I've been holding on to my 7th. But after that, I don't have much left.
Should we not prioritize getting the queen back?
I think so. I think it is worth it.
All right. The castle itself is warded and everything else is on lockdown. But, DM, this is a question of the magical nature. Having spent so much time with the Lord High Mage and having a pretty good idea of where the weaknesses and pinpoints are of his wards, could I theoretically teleport into his place or nearby?
No, you never saw the warding stones.
Never saw the warding stones. I saw one of them, but yeah, no.
No, you didn't.
No? It was
No.
it was a glyph on a stone.
Yeah, no, you didn't.
In the tower? When I was with all the party people. Was it not one of them?
That's the decoys.
Okay. I can get us to Gavrilo. After that, we're going to walk in.
It's going to be really awkward to explain first how we broke lockdown and now why we need to be let back in.
We have the
I
queen
think
with
he'll
us.
make an
I think they'll
exception.
make an exception. Yeah.
I know, I'm just saying, like, but you should probably think of, because there's going to be some ornery guard who's going to be uppity. I mean, these are the individuals led by Captain Fouquet, after all. But at the end of the day, it's going to be an explanation. So,
Everybody lay. Hey, I'll get the spell going.
Plus, we have the queen. I'm pretty sure she'd have the powder.
Once everybody is touching Ruby somewhere, she will cast teleport and make it on the front gate to the castle.
Okay.
Close enough that she can get there without bumping into the wards.
Okay.
I'll get the D100 here in a second.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna see.
why didn't we just go to the temple? Just teleport to the teleportation circle. There's no chance of failure. Like, it'll take us 5-10 minutes to walk up to the castle, but it's safe.
Fair enough. Permanent circle on target.
Sure. You can do that. Absolutely no risk. By the way, I've added 500 platinum pieces to your party sheet. There is... Were you thinking of taking any of like the larger ticket items? Like, were you stripping them of armor or weapons? Yeah, they go.
Did they have any magic armor or weapons, or?
You think they might have done, but you didn't take any. You didn't identify anything. You've just right now. I've got it. So you've taken the things that looked shiny that were grabbable.
Portable weapons, I'd say, are grabbable. Armor is a little bit cumbersome to take off somebody who is uncooperative via virtue of being dead and
Any
then
breastplate?
carrying around.
Were there any medium armor breastplates
There
or shields?
was armor on them, but to like you would, without being a trained smith of exotic experience and uses of the identify spell, you would struggle to work out what was what.
It would take me another hour and a half to finish all of this.
Man,
You did.
You could have just. We did like a single detect magic could have just determined what was magical, combine what is magical versus who can equip what and what they would want to use. Take that.
True. Just we'll go back down, cast detect magic, grab all the magic items, and we don't have to identify them right now. We'll do that later.
Okay.
Put them in our bag or carry them.
Okay. So you are going to take weapons and armor as well.
Any magic items they've got: potions, rings,
Okay.
cloaks, bracers.
On it.
Kitty cat, what are you doing? Sitting on my computer. Cat cam.
Okay. You make it back to the magic circle. As well.
The city's still here. That's a good sign.
It is... feels like an evening. And you're greeted by... a somber tune of music. There is a... griefful harp playing and people crying and you get the smell of incense and candles and you hear like the flicking of coins. Last time you were here, you were greeted by people moving into this temple, revitalizing it. But there's something off. The hum of hope that went with returning to a place once forgotten, once a symbol of things looking up, is filled with a air of darkness.
The power of the gods is failing.
I was going to say they're in mourning. Something's
What day
happened.
is it?
The as you go out of the where the teleportation circle is, it's unguarded. It was guarded last time, but it's unguarded. You go through and you see 50 people crammed tightly into this small chapel temple, all in prayer. Some crying, some mumbling, some praying. Others are like, it's like tradition for people to flick coins as they recite prayers for the luck goddess, and you see people just trying to flick coins, trying to search for an answer.
I'm gonna grab the shoulder of the one that's like closest and
Sure.
turn them to me. Tell me, what are people praying for right now? What's going on? We've just got here.
This halfling woman, sort of in her 40s, 50s, looks up at you and just holds you. My dear boy, they're praying for hope. The gods, they've left us.
Yeah, that's what happened.
What day is it?
What day is it? Give me
I don't know if it was updated, but it says it's the 2nd of Father's Dawn. I don't know if how long ago that was updated, or if it was or not, or
a while
whatever.
ago. It's the 5th.
Of
Father's Dawn.
what day did we leave? Or what day did we go through the painting?
You think the 4th? It's like a day later, as far as you can tell.
Okay, we
We lost a whole day of investigation.
We can deal with that.
Pretty
Is
good
it
considering you
evening
went
or
to.
morning, or what's the story?
Sun was setting.
Wasn't when we went through, it was the middle period, because I still had the late period to go do my date, but we never obviously did that. We went to
So it's
painting
probably
instead.
like the sun sets for a while here. You get quite a bright evening sun, especially over like the fertile basin. You get like a really warm evening sun. It's kind of that. You get that sort of bright burning sun, but it's already on the horizon.
Yeah, I think you missed your date.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Let's get the queen back to the castle. Come on.
Yeah. I'm going to turn to the halfling woman and say, don't despair just yet. Hope hasn't left us. And I'm going to go.
The walking through the streets is eerie. Even after the death of the living saint, even after the streets ran with blood, there was an ideal amount of pride within the city. But that is completely washed away. There are people preaching the end. There are sick, and there are people who are quite clearly members of the faith, like unable to keep it together. You actually see a temple, kind of a standard sort of temple of various faiths, like a undenominated one, but it's been boarded shut, and it seems that outside are like various members of that temple's clergy with like cudgels. As it seems, you get the impression they're there to stop looting. The city is broken. How quickly are you moving?
Quickly enough. We're not stopping.
Hmm.
Cool. The you come past a group of individuals and you hear whispers of, is that the Queen?
We keep going. No time to.
Behind you, you hear a bit of a ruckus.
I don't think Breton can resist just paying attention to what is causing the problem at the very least.
It seems like people, put it this way, a group of individuals have noticed that the Queen was walking the streets, and there's an element of desperation in their voices. You've moved quickly. You've walked quickly enough to not be directly in earshot, but it seems like that the voices are following.
All right. The Queen isn't going to be safe down here so long as we're just walking. And Breton is just going to call Silverell.
Okay. Yeah, you do.
Yeah,
yes.
Silver was in the stables, right?
Yeah.
He was.
Would you be you'd be close enough to talk to them, and then he could just fly out, right?
Yes. Roll me a dexterity saving throw, please, for Silver.
Uh, Sorry, I'm having to find.
No problem.
Where is? All right, we're just gonna do this the old-fashioned way. Griffins have a plus. It's a +2 to their saving throws. 8.
Sure. Yeah. You get a response from Silveroo as like, "Sir, I've made it out, but I'm being followed."
I understand. If you can get to me, we can resolve it. Just
Understood.
don't get just.
On the double.
Makes sense that they wouldn't even let them breach the lockdown. He's going to be coming in hot.
Okay. Are you continuing walking, or are you staying where you are?
I don't think staying put's a good idea.
I'll
Okay.
keep going.
Throw a cloak over the queen.
Sure.
And Breton, maybe carry the queen to where Silveril will land, and I will.
I don't think I ever actually. Well, I guess if we were teleporting, he may have put her down then, but no, like absolutely, just keep on piggybacking the queen, just carrying her along, just like a child.
Sure. No problem.
Although maybe that temple that we just exited from had normal-sized doorways that you would have to crouch through. Dexterity roll save for the queen. See if she knocked her head off.
Listen, he's so big that I imagine even like being carried, like I imagine her head struggles to come above his.
It is not too long before you hear the neighing of Silveril, followed by the shouting of 2 guards on Griffinback.
All right, see, you're doing fine, Silveril. Just sweep by.
And he does. He just lands next to you, and the guards. Obviously, they didn't attack it because it's an animal. They're like, oh, one's broken containment essentially.
I figured that's what it's like. Yeah, no, they're not going to attack you. It's fine. They're just they think one's escaping. They're trying to stop it. It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once the Silveril sets down, he'll say, "It's all right. It's all right. It's on purpose." He's gonna move to set the queen on the back of Silveril and then climb on board himself. I'm going to make my way back towards the front of the keep.
The guards are like they and they kind of notice you and they're like, "How did you get out?"
It's a very long story. If you haven't also noticed, we have the queen.
"Oh, milady!" They kind of like half bow from their mount back.
In fact, we need to get back inside. I don't suppose you could authorize us to return the queen to His Majesty?
No, absolutely.
You catching a ride with these two will be a lot faster than you guys walking as well.
It looks to you, those two. They're like, everybody mount up. We'll get you back to the castle.
Ruby will just spread her wings.
Okay.
Ruby gets there 5 minutes later because she is not as fast as a griffin.
Yeah, but the griffin's also not a bus, so.
Well, there's 3 of them. There's 2, 1. Okay.
I'll hop on one.
Sure. Okay. And they begin to ferry you back. And you settle down in the courtyard near the stables. Do you say anything to the guards on your way over?
Is there anything we need to tell them versus just telling the staff itself?
I would hope that they were flying fast enough that the wind would prevent any conversation from being heard.
This is more of a DM checking if you wanted to stop them doing anything, like announcing your arrival, etc. Or
I'll just say, set us down as close to the frickin' what the balls is it called again? It's in handouts. Blah, 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 blah. Set us down as close to Gilliam's Great Hall as you can. In the Sept of the Great Lady or something.
Can't get into the Sept of the Great Lady from the sky, but
or the gardeny bit around it.
Yeah, because you have to go across the bridge to get into that, don't you?
I said the Sept of the Great Lady, not the Palace.
That's the outside chapel. Is the Sept of the Great Lady, which is
that's where I'm.
I mean, the main entrance to Gilliam's Great Hall was actually on the south side. You can get to it, but it's like south. Then... There's like a big main door on the like east side of it, you can get in. The fastest way in is to cast through the keep.
Okay, there then.
Sure. They can put you down at the steps of the keep.
Yeah.
Sure. They can absolutely do that. You settle down. You dismount.
Help the queen down.
The queen leaves us like a big breath of relief and like kind of cries happy tears to be home.
Breton is going to give Solver a pat, tell him he did a good job. He's returned to his stables and rest. Hard day's work for him. 5 minutes of work. He's tired, I'm sure. Other than that, So this is going to be a lot to explain to the king.
Yeah.
I'll do my best to help you in explaining things.
Let's go reunite them. When we land, how many people are around?
Where you are, nobody's like freely milling about these areas as they're like heavily restricted now. But there's enough, there's in vision probably 6 or 7 guards for sure.
6 or 7 guards. It just dawned on me. The last they heard was that the queen had gone missing. And we realized that the queen had gone missing because she was being hidden away by theoretically friendly powers. Maybe not revealing the fact that she's been returned would be a good idea. Like, obviously, tell the king she has been returned in private so he knows, but not letting the keep at large know that the queen has been returned.
Yeah, it seems wise enough. Let's, cloak up.
And actually, he will tell the 2 guards, you didn't see anything. Promise the word.
Make a quick persuasion check.
$28.
They're like, yes, sir.
I'll just full on draper in the cloak and say, I guess Breton will explain the logic too. It's like, so, Your Majesty, there are forces at be that are working against the royal crown here. You were taken by, for what we now understand, may have been friendly powers. Maybe a good idea to let them think that you're still gone. Obviously, we're going to turn you to the king, and the king is going to be no. That's just for the best. But otherwise, let's not reveal this information to anyone else.
She like nods in agreement.
From there, what is the name of the? I remember what the name for the map of the keep in all its locations is.
I think it's Citadel map.
Citadel sounds right. Yes. There we go. All right. So if we're landing north of Gilliam's Great Hall, that puts the council court there.
South of it. We landed south of it towards the
We
keep.
landed south of it towards Clarence's Keep.
Yes, because you went down. You got put down next to the steps to Clarence's Keep because it's actually the fastest. Like, it's the fastest way into the ground floor towards the council chambers, etc.
If we don't want to reveal her, though, you can't. If we go through the refectory, then there's going to be dozens and dozens of people who are going to see her.
Yeah, that's essentially where everyone would go on break. So, depending on the time.
Is there any way that we could get her into the Palace of the Lady without anybody noticing?
Who are you asking?
Like, what I'm saying, like, if looking at the Palace of the Lady, are there any larger balconies that theoretically he could just have Silveril drop them off on?
I got it. I cast invisibility on her.
Is that going to work with the wards?
I will spend the slot and find out.
You managed to cast invisibility.
I was just scrolling
on
through
her.
my things. I was like, do I have the spell? I know I have the spell. Where the hell is the spell? What
I'm sorry. I just had a flashback to when you cast a spell on the Reynard family stronghold and died.
Yeah.
And like, what if you cast invisibility on her and it just makes her actually disappear?
You cast invisibility on her, and it takes.
I would have told her what I was doing first. Just
I gathered this.
And then she would have said, "Wait, no, don't do that. The wards will fuck you up." But that didn't happen.
Okay, sure. So, one of us should escort her to the Palace of the Lady where she can be secured. Does somebody want to volunteer for that? Who wants to volunteer to speak for the king?
I can do that. I was the one who went to the Palace of the Lady before.
All right. Trust you with that.
I'm going to go for Lord High Mage.
Can I get the letter? The one that was given to the adventuring party? Because that might be something that the Queen of Havre can do. Her funky
Psychometry?
doodad stuff. Yeah, that's the one.
I mean, I don't have an issue with you taking it, but Ruby's the one that grabbed it. Unless you want to use that to scry on Hugon. Give that to the Lord High Mage so that he could try and use that to scry on the guy who wrote the letter.
I don't know how scry works or if that, but yeah, sure.
Makes it harder for them to resist the scry. Theoretically.
Sure. I can get it later then. It's fine.
Okay.
That's what I'm asking Ruby, like, if that's what her plan is.
Your
What was
mic's
that?
not coming through properly.
Really?
Yeah, you weren't.
You all can hear me?
You weren't keying up properly. It could then, but
Sorry. Ask your question again.
What are you planning on doing with the note? Is that something for the mage to scry on Hugo with?
Yeah. And I also need to check on something.
Okay, I'll grab
She'll
that.
look at Breton and say, the 8th shadow. I need to check for signs of the 8th shadow.
Okay. And I suppose I'll head to the king and tell him the news personally.
I'm gonna put the blindfold down so I can see the queen, and it's kind of easier that way if I can still see her at least.
Yeah, blind sight's super useful for that. You're actually the perfect choice for that one. Yeah.
Yeah. The blindfold is down, and I'm bringing the queen. And you said you're coming with me, Breton.
He's gonna go to the king. because someone needs to tell the king the queen
to
is
go
back.
to the So
that
I'll bring the queen to the sept, and you get to the king and tell him to go to the sept.
He'll probably want to go and see firsthand himself, and we can meet up then.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll do that then.
So that's Breton is immediately just asking the nearest guard, "Where's the king?"
His lords in council chambers right now. He was going over some maps.
To the council I go then.
Okay. Now, Valymr, give me a stealth check, please.
Okie dokie. That's something that I can potentially maybe do. I have a point. I feel like I'm going to use that inspiration that we got at the start of the game.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. I feel
I'm
like
game to. I want this to go well for us. Better than a 9.
I'll take a 15 on that one.
15? Okay.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
You begin to walk like you're alone, but keeping a watchful eye out as you progress through the castle. Make a quick perception check for me. You've not got a far journey, so you think you're gonna do fine.
13.
Yeah. There's something. There seems to be far less guards about. Than when you've been walking around before. Even though it was a limited guard roster, you normally say, like, there's normally 2 people on this hallway in front of you. And there's normally at least 1 here, sort of thing, even at the limited guard. And you, especially with when you go across the walkway that cuts the top of the Great Hall, you're like, the braziers in the Great Hall haven't been lit.
What would that mean? Like, what would I know what that would mean?
You are it's like, this is just unusual. You don't know what it would mean per se. It's definitely nowhere near the amount of force that there has been, though. But it does feel weird that places have been left unlit. That's for certain.
Okay, I think maybe I'll quicken the pace just a little bit.
Sure. You can do so. Breton. Give me a perception check as you make your way to the council chamber.
I'm 2 for 2 on natural 20s tonight. 26.
Fantastic. Okay. Breton. As you move through the main Great Hall, you hear like the clicks of locks. And then also notice that this room is surprisingly dark and surprisingly empty. Valymr would have been above you on the balcony across.
Like they're locking it from the outside?
Yes.
Trap!
I imagine he keeps on forcing his way towards the council chambers, knowing that.
Yeah.
If that's where all the people of import are.
You do so. And in front of you, you see outside the door, not just any old guard, but you see the king's bodyguard.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember his name on the top of my head. Yeah, Parkrow. And he's saying, "Did you notice the locking down the Great Hall from the outside?"
I didn't hear anything, but he looks that way. It's like someone has blown out the braziers.
We should move the king.
Well, I agree. Where have you? Welcome back. Where have you been?
Long story, can't tell you now.
Sure. He unlocks the door and lets you inside. And in front of you, you see the High King and the King of Gleswy.
How's the situation here? Does the situation here at least look normal?
It looks normal. I will just remind you, because there's a lot of names being thrown around. The King of Gleswy's knight is the one that you've...
It's the one that was...
Yes.
Yeah, that was theoretically setting this up. Which, I realized that too, which is why I was up in this room. It's like, okay, so this is not what we were looking for.
But they seem to be going over maps. It looks to be, like military maps. And they're having some sort of conversation about strategy.
Then I imagine Breton just kind of steps in. Your Highness, your Inquisitors have returned. We apologize for the situation with which we departed. Was not intended, but we are back.
Lord Breton, come in. Thank you. What news of my wife?
Well, unfortunately, that situation will have to wait. Something, and we have reason to be pause for concern. It seems that somebody is locking down the Great Hall. Something unusual is happening.
No one should be locking down the major passageways. You're right, that is cause concern.
And Breton's not like keeping a direct eye on the king, but he's just peripheral vision, like what is he doing?
You don't see a direct reaction with the King of Gleswy. But feel free to insight that.
Sure, I'm not good at insight at all, but I'll take a free roll. Why not? It's a 19.
Terwin just has that stern, scarred face, and he looks up into the High King. Then turns to Terwin and just goes, "King Terwin, I hope you can make it back to your chambers well. But this meeting's adjourned. We'll continue this when this is seen to." Terwin looks at the king and just kind of looks at you, and nods, and then rolls up the map in front of on the table. But Sanders says, I will see you all some other time. And he begins to walk out, and he, Brett, you also pick him up, unfastening his sword. He doesn't draw it, but he unfastens, the latch.
We just alerted there may have been a plot to harm somebody. I don't fasten my sword too.
Yeah, it's that. He's just gone, okay, I see that there's something going on here, and he takes his leave.
So once he leaves, but when he's gone, is it just me, the bodyguard, and the king in the council chamber?
Yes.
Then with that moment, he will say, so the concern for your life, Stains King, is obviously the plots are not unveiled yet. We do have good news. Your wife has been recovered. We have not made this knowledge to the keep at large, as in our retrieving of her, it came to be that apparently she was taken away by the Chevalier Knight for her protection. It was unfortunate that we did recover her, but it seems that if he believed that it was necessary for her to be hidden, then we have seen it fit to not alert the keep at large about this information. Obviously, we felt that you needed to know this, though. Your wife has been returned to safe. Currently, she's being escorted to the Palace of the Lady.
Yes, thank you. You're saying she was kidnapped by a... Okay.
The knight. The questing knight.
Okay, sure.
Hey, the.
Well, good news is she's safe.
Yeah, she's in good hands now.
The bad news is we may have just brought her into the lion's den.
I trust that she's safe who she's with now. The other bad news is 8 of the 9 seals have been broken.
He kind of stumbles back and kind of...
And to kind of prove his point, Breton is just going to take the sheath blade of Willoughby and just going to like start to unsheath it so he can see the blade itself.
Yeah, and he kind of looks at it like the bodyguard. No idea. He's
Just like, huh?
It's like,
Huh?
It's very, very cryptic. It's kind of the vibe I'm getting there. But the king looks
like, I understand we got stuff planning. We got bigger shit to worry about right now.
He just goes, then this has become entirely bigger than ourselves. The time for preservation is over. Everyone must be informed that needs to know. They're planning the it's upon us. We gotta act. Okay.
We're not giving up hope just yet.
Far from it. Far from it. But I cannot hide behind walls anymore. We need to take bigger action to ready forces to... I know it's been happening. I know it's been happening quietly. It's the bigger threat that was agreed upon at the summit. We've been working towards, but I fear we have to go a bit louder now.
We'll say one thing that was recovered was a note that was had hired adventurers and presented them with both pieces of the blade of equilibrium to reforge it. The individual who was responsible for this was a knight Hugon, personal servant to the very king who just left this room.
Hugon the Shy, yes, I know of him. You think the King of Leslie might be in on it?
The adventuring notice was posted after the summit, after they had been informed about the seals.
Hugon was at the summit.
If the king is not personally involved, then Hugon may be a traitor agent. We do not know for certain.
Okay. The issue outside, is that true, or is that just to get him out of the room?
Which issue being true? What now? Sorry.
Sorry.
No. That you confirm. No, the Great Hall was being locked down. I noticed as I was making my way through.
Okay. And what do you suggest?
Valymr securing your wife. Beth is disconnecting from the server. We have no idea what she's happening.
Am I here? Yeah, I'm back. Okay, sorry, I lost it for a second.
No worries.
Yeah, and Ruby is currently speaking with the Lord High Mage about finding out more information about this Hugon to see what is going on with that. Maybe, hopefully, covering more information.
Okay.
Keeping you secure seems to be a prime choice, because whatever plot may be developing here may very well be towards you.
Well, we could fortify in here. It is one of the holdouts of the castle. We could take the tunnels somewhere.
Yeah, I think Breton is thinking very much like, if we took the tunnels and found a secure place in the tunnels, his alarm spells are still up. They would tell us if people were approaching, which would be useful. But he doesn't have a way of getting message to Ruby and Valymr. That's what they're doing, and that makes it a lot less useful.
I don't know if your personal alarms will still be intact.
8 hours later? If it's beyond 8 hours, yeah. Okay, so so if 8 hours later, then there's that cuts against that even more. Would you be willing to send your guard to retrieve Valymr? Bring him and your wife here as well if we want to secure you two in the same place. If this is the best place to hold up in, then this might be the safest place to do that.
Here in my personal chambers above are the probably.
Then maybe we should just make our way to your personal chambers.
There's an entrance in this room. It's fine.
While we're doing this, Bethany's just going to kind of pat a hand on the side of the king's shoulder. I'm actually going to cast Death Ward on him.
Okay, good idea. No worries. You can definitely do that.
Just to give that little added extra bit of security, just in case. I still have 1/3 level spell slot left, so if anything's about to happen here, we are not getting to go into it.
Yeah. You send Perkram up and towards the Palace of the Lady. You take a secret staircase up into the king's private chambers. You also notice the king pull like a weighted pull, which snaps a rope, and like a like an extra grate and door comes over the entrance, the hidden entrance that you took. This is not magical. This is like a physical one. It's like it's just essentially broken a counterweight, and now that entrance is unusable. That way, there's only one way that anyone could have come in from if it comes to it. You begin to walk up. Valymr, you approach the Palace of the Lady, and it is unlike the hallways and stuff that you've walked through. There are 3 guards in the room, all sort of around the room. Like the bodies have been cleared up, but they are preventing anyone going near the room / the painting.
Are they the ones that were there when I went through it the first time?
One of them is. And he looks at you. So, oh, you're back.
Yes. You should put a blanket over the painting. Don't let anyone go through it. That is.
Oh, it's a couple of hours ago. It changed.
It changed. What does it look like now?
Well, it's back to being a painting.
Is it the same painting as it was before?
I'm not often in the ladies' chambers. It's men aren't allowed in here. I wouldn't know.
Fair enough. Okay. I came to check on whether the room was being cleared, and it seems like you're... Keep guarding this. It's, you know...
What happened through there?
You know... I'm going to need to ask myself that question a few times before I have a good answer for anyone.
Make a quick persuasion check. At advantage.
You know, we'll say one thing about our party. We don't have investigation. We don't have survival. We don't have any of that. But we're all really good at persuasion at the very
You really
least.
are.
Apparently, I dropped 1. That's a dirty 20.
Okay, it's that. Yeah. I can expect so from what was found in here. All right. Do you need us to stay outside or?
I want to do another sweep of the room. Do you mind guarding outside?
No,
Guard
yeah,
the
yeah.
bridge. And I'll do a rundown of the inside perimeter.
Jiri, Hank, come on. Let's give the investigators some room. And they leave.
All right, I'll bring the queen inside and say it's probably best for you to stay invisible for right now. We should have the king coming to here at some point. Just know that I can see you. No one else can. So yeah, we should be safe here. And I'll continue. I'll keep looking around. Like I'll do the investigation job. I'll see if there's anything else amiss. Check all the paintings. Check all of just everything.
Okay.
Just to see if anything is amiss.
And with that, we're going to take our midpoint break here because we're just a little bit over our time, and we'll come back with Ruby. But friends, we're going to take our 10-minute break here. Use this time, and we will see you shortly. Hey, come here a minute. Do you need royalty-free music for your TTRPG content, whether that be a YouTube video, stream, TikTok, Instagram post? Don't worry, we've got you covered. My name's Alex. I've been a content creator for almost a decade now, and I've teamed up with my good friend Harry to produce 10 royalty-free songs for you to use in your content completely for free. We've tried to make a whole range of motifs with this album, covering happy music to sad music, to mystery music to combat music. And if this takes off, you know what? We might even make some more. So give the Elendor Chronicles soundtrack Volume 1 a shot. It's free to stream everywhere. And if you want the high quality downloads, you can come over to our Patreon and download them, or you can contact me directly at tabletop@themidgemansworld.co.uk as a creator, and I'll just give it to you for free. That's it, there's no catch. And just to prove it, we've also given you guys a user license agreement to prove that you have the complete perpetual rights to use this content. So enjoy, and good luck on your next adventure. Oh, good day. I'm Martin Sanderson, and I'm the CEO of Avari Military Solutions. We here at Avari know that it doesn't take much to cause problems out on the frontier, whether that be from local pirate raids, neighboring interstellar powers, or even just an unhappy populace with unreasonable demands. Just what is a small to mid-sized regional power to do when faced with these problems? You look to Avari for your solutions. With open-ended contracts, well-trained personnel, state-of-the-art aerospace forces, and competitive rates, we stand ready to help find the right solution to your problem. So if you have a problem, why not call Avari for your solution? Our operators are waiting to take your call, and consultations are free of charge.
Avari Military Solutions, a solution for your problem.
Avari Military Solutions is not licensed to operate within the Kark and Dre Baronies, the Andes Corps, or any Class A combat zones. AMS is a subsidiary of Omni Radiance Holdings, a family company.
When is a story more than a story? When a tale is more than words on paper? When is an ad more than the script it's written on? In the darkest and deepest annals of our own history, worlds of wonder and splendor burst through like a blister made of hope. From the brain that's wrestled and riddled with madness, a radiant pustule. Writing, art, that's storytelling.
That is the true lust of life. You too can dutifully indulge in art. Like fans of the greats. Shakespeare, King, Tolkien, Seuss, Mercer. You too can indulge through Twitch Prime. Get an extended access to a wealth of knowledge with a simple click and a motion so small that it could endlessly amount possibilities. Embrace those feelings. Support art. Support the component cast.
Oh gosh, I hit the wrong mouse. There we go. I've got 2 mice on my desk, one for each computer. I was clicking the wrong one. We return. Ruby.
Yes.
You're heading to the High Magister's. Right.
She's got the note, and yeah.
Ruby, make a perception check.
Really, I'm really, really wonderful at these. That's a 16.
You notice the door to the High Magister's office is open by a crack, and you see a bloodied handprint on the gap of the door.
I like this guy. She'll walk up to the door and kind of tilt a head to listen in.
Don't hear anything.
Push it open. Magister?
The room has been frankly smashed. You see the shelves are just in chaos. Paper everywhere. It seems like spells have been thrown. Equipment shattered. There's scorch marks. No sign of anyone. First glance, anyway.
Is his scrying orb still there?
Yes, you actually see that shattered on the ground. This is a deep room. You haven't seen the full room by just where you are. You are just like, this is what you're seeing at first glance. Plus there's the lab tables and stuff.
Push the door open and take a step in. She has the sword is coming out. The shield is
sure.
Boom.
Sure. Imagine so. Yeah. As you look around a bit further, you do see a set of shoes and legs poking around from the corner of one of the workbenches.
Do it. She's walking over to it.
Cool. And eventually, as it comes more into vision, once you've got that, so because this is kind of an L-shaped lab, you see the Magister on the floor, covered in blood. Spell book at their side. Very, very least unconscious, possibly dead.
Pulse check, life check.
Give me a medicine check.
11.
From the looks of it, they are breathing, but they are unconscious.
I can work with that.
I may or may not have been rolling death saves for this individual.
Then I will cast Cure Wounds on him.
Sure.
First level.
Sure.
7 points of healing back to him.
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
It was a tarp. 16.
The part of you that is bound to soul, or was bound to you through soul to Brayla, the part of you that you draw your healing energy from, feels weakened. It feels like that whilst you were able to cast the magic, it didn't have its full effect.
Soul was a part of me.
Soul is a part of you. Brayla is not.
I mean, it's my magic. That's what I'm confused here.
Yep. How is one favored by the gods? when the gods are without power.
Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up.
The individual the magister slowly comes to as he now sits on 3 hit points. Lady Sunderstar. Oh, thank God you're here. You've returned.
Wouldn't be thanking them. They're awfully quiet today.
So I have heard.
She'll extend a hand to help him up.
I'm going to stay here for a moment.
What happened?
I was scrying when I was attacked.
By whom?
An individually looked like one of the servants, but their face changed.
Changed how?
Physical.
Like a changeling or a doppelganger?
Something of the sort, yes. They were speaking an old language. I think Old Fionian. They had others with them. Members of the guard. I don't know. They just ambushed me and a fight ensued.
How long ago?
He does pull himself up, and with your help, and just moves over. It's he moves he pushes some stuff aside, or he goes to a mechanical device that seems to be telling the time. About half an hour ago.
Do you still have any of your power left?
I can. What do you need of me?
She'll hold out the note. I think we have an idea of who's doing this.
Okay. He goes into
I'll spare you the detail. It's Sir Hugon, we think. The sly, the shy.
The shy. Hugon the shy. Know of them. Glaswegian Knights. You think they're involved? They're not at the Citadel. They did not come with the king's retinue this time.
I have an extraordinary amount of things to tell you and not an awful lot of time to tell you them. So, suffice it to say, we think this is the guy. We don't know for sure, but we also can't rule out the king himself.
Okay.
We think we know.
Okay. Hold on 2 seconds. Okay. I can do that. Can you fill this bowl? He hands you a bowl. My orb is gone. I will have to go for the old-fashioned methods of scrying. And he just also drinks a potion. It's oh, God. And smashes it on the ground.
Smash the... Okay. It's just broken glass. You could step on that. Hurts your foot.
You look around. There is so much broken glass in this room right now.
All right.
venting frustrations.
Okay.
Okay.
By the way, if you're curious about why you couldn't go look where you were looking, it's because it was the place between. A mirror dimension, sort of, where the Watcher sits.
You heard the home. We have a lot to catch up on. It's going to be difficult. Because of the difficulty, I will... Yes,
I'm with you.
He begins to cast scrying. Oh, God. Oh, no.
It's like I kind of look and see.
You don't really see anything other than like ripples in the water as he's like manipulating it. The spell doesn't like create a TV image for you to see.
It's not Galadriel's bowl. Got it.
No, yeah, no, it sadly isn't. I don't know. I don't think it's... I have reason to believe Sir Hugon is no longer with us. When you said what you said, I had just had a hunch that, just in case, I should go for the location where they are rather than the creature themselves. And I saw a burnt down building. With a corpse left to the rain. I think loose ends are being tied up.
So too. Were any braziers knocked out when Ruby was walking it, or lit out, or unlit?
Make a quick perception check. Because you went into a different building than the one that the gents went into.
5.
Might have been slightly darker, but also because of where the light is, the braziers might also just not have been lit yet.
Mm-hmm.
Where you are, because of where the sun is, etc. It's like... He then, once it clears, he then starts using the bowl to clean the blood off his face.
We're going to the king, now.
He should be in council chambers. Fuck. He then rushes to... I think you've seen him go for it before. Like there's a safe that he has. Anyway, he like kind of manipulates some books, goes for a combination, and opens it. Shadows fuck themselves. Ah.
Oh, sorry.
It's gone.
What's gone?
My key. To the tunnels.
What key? Sorry. Say again.
My key to the tunnels.
Fuck! Let's go.
Yes, let's... you don't happen to have any other health potions on you, do you? I'm still a little bit fucked.
Sorry, no. I don't carry those on me. It's usually heal
it's,
myself.
It's okay.
Listen, I can expend a little bit more magic to help you, but I personally am running really low.
I'm surprised that you managed to connect to something to be able to do such. Most healing magics have been failing since the last 24 hours. I've been getting reports everywhere of clerics losing their powers globally.
Yeah, the 8th seals are broken. There's only one left.
He there's like a squeak of his shoes stopping.
As you just very casually inform him that his order has failed and his seal's also been broken.
Which one isn't?
That was the one in the Basilian Theocracy. That was one of the Braille's heart pieces that Bimri serves.
Mm-hmm.
That was the one with the Ancient Guardian.
Few of them have Ancient Guardians, yeah.
And
I mean, that fucking sword had an Ancient Guardian. That didn't really matter.
The one with Orius had the literal, like, vomit with him.
One was Orius, a great worm, yes.
So, no, it's been really fucked overall. Also, I met the gods. They were, charming as usual. Or some of them, anyway. Caphriel and, not Kellamvor. I don't know his name. Shoot.
It's fine. You guys go.
Yada?
No. We can spell that. Osmus.
Was it Osmin? Osmus? No, it wasn't Osmus. Osmus? No.
I wanted to say Oswald, but that didn't sound right.
It's Osmus is death, and nature is Oasis, and those two.
Aussie, calf, yes.
Okay. Sure. No. Lake, you keep getting me these last couple of sessions. Just little things. Like last session you made a god laugh. Today you made the DM laugh. Cool. To round out time, I will say that all of you managed to. So Percival Gaunt, not Percival, Perkram Hamo finds you, Lambert, Valymr. Tells you to meet in the King's Quarters, which is really close to where you are.
Okay.
And then I will say that it is about this time as well that Ruby shows up and you can all regroup in the private chambers of the king.
I mentioned that there is probably an interrogation process as well when anybody tries to come through that door.
Okay, so fair enough. Lake, Ruby, Valymr, Perkrohamo, and Uzador enter the door.
I imagine the thing where they get a knock on the door, and the first question is like, "Who are you?"
Sorry. Hi, dear.
There's a pause. Who are you?
Ruby.
Actually, would Ruby have gotten there first? Because, Valymr was a lot closer. Or are we just regrouping? Are they just regrouping together for sake of this?
I'm saying they're regrouping together because Valymr took some time to false investigate and hide the queen before he was found. And then those two rush straight over, but they're coming across the keep. So I'm saying...
Sure. Okay.
That they would have need to have found each other to find you because you're not where you were either.
Then... For the sake of this, because there has to be a question that only Ruby would know, because this is something that... And I'm going to test Beth's memory for this, because this is going to amuse me to no end. Oh, fuck. I got to think of a really good way to phrase this question, too. Otherwise, it's not going to make sense.
There's no inspiration for this.
No, there's no information for this. This is just, you need to answer this question correctly, otherwise this door is not going to fucking open, because Breton's not going to sit on the other side of it. Oh, God, I'm struggling to think of something that would be appropriate. No, I think Breton's going to say, because this is something that nobody else would know, Breton's going to say, when our proposal was finally laid, what was it that you said to me?
Oh, I don't remember.
Actually, let me rephrase this. I'll rephrase it then. Which of us proposed to who?
Proposed to you. Lagrand's Land, the lighthouse.
That would have to be good enough, yeah. Wouldn't be. I don't think it would not be common knowledge that she was the one that proposed to him first, because that was him getting frustrated because he was trying to propose to her. He'd open the door. Yeah, fine.
To be fair, I don't remember the words that I used when I proposed to my wife.
Don't let her hear this broadcast.
That was the idea, being that he was asking like, what happened when he wanted her to describe the scenario of the proposal, and obviously it was the whole idea is like we proposed to each other. It was not a traditional thing. He'll open the door.
I mean, if you get down on one knee, you're basically at eye level.
And that's Valymr, yeah. So they open the door. We see that looks like shit.
If I'm meeting Beth and the Lord High Mage before we go through the door, I'll throw 30 lay on hands on him.
Okay. It seems that there is a resistance when you try to lay on hands. And that only some of it succeeds.
Some is better than none.
Your connection to Aureus has faded slightly.
I'll also give him 2 potions of healing.
You can absolutely give him some potions of healing as well. He's like, oh, he just, thank you. He taps you on the shoulder. Lady Sunderstar, you might want one of these as well. He passes you like a vibrant green vial of like sparkling liquid. It tastes like basilisk urine, but it's, believe me, you'll want it.
Is it? Sorry.
It will help your conjuration.
Okay.
Potion of conjuration? Is he giving one to each of us, did you say?
He just handed it to Beth.
Oh, okay.
To Ruby.
Through the fourth wall. He specifically handed it to Beth.
Yes. Sorry. Yeah, he's a divination wizard. He's a divination wizard. He's seeing through. It is.
I have it.
It is a potion of magical stamina. Put it that way.
Then she will drink it.
Yeah. You can regain a spell slot up to a 5th.
Mitch, you didn't mean to kill me with that, but you hit on a very personal joke that just.
She goes all night anyway.
No. That would be a blue pill.
And that was, and the joke there was, I've got my little blue bottle, I'm good to go again. To which my response says, well, if it lasts more than 4 hours, consult your local finger maiden, because we were playing Elden Ring.
Okay.
Is it a spell slot up to 5th?
Yes, a singular. Yeah, so you can choose to take a 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th.
Yeah, I'll take a 3rd back.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway.
It tastes like crushed dreams and sadness or reheated French fries.
It's very acidic, and you lose all like taste for a moment. Well, it's like, I don't know if you've ever had like hot sauce that is just chemical heat.
Yes, it's called Da Bomb, and it's terrible.
Yes, it's that for a moment, but not heat. It's like that, but sour.
So, concentrated airheads.
Yeah, fair.
Warheads, what do they call them?
Warheads, yeah.
Toxic waste over here is what they were. Like.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a hint of licorice just to make it even worse for her?
Not nice.
She hates licorice. She hates licorice. Why would you do that to me?
I hate licorice too, and I live in Finland. So
all 7. Also, does the queen? I take it the queen. Actually, before you
the
can
queen
even,
is still invisible.
Yeah, before you can make her uninvisible, she runs and hugs her husband, and he's just whoa as he's grabbed.
I will drop concentration then as soon as that happens because I can see it.
And he just feels, and he just also embraces.
Doppelgangers and changelings. Sir Hugo and the Shy is dead.
Well, I'm not either. Though I can see you, and I've got a blindfold on, so I feel like that's proof enough that I am me.
I got that. I'm trying to fill everybody in. I know you're you. Nobody can bullshit you.
True.
I didn't think anybody could Alternately, I didn't think anybody could bullshit me either, but yeah. So
I mean, no, I remember someone bullshitting you, and I chopped their head off.
She'll look towards the Magister. We know who... Oh, sorry. That is really awful tasting. Ha!
We could have thrown, what's called
How do we
digitation to taste.
Okay. They attacked you inside your room. They took the keys to the lower levels, to the secret chambers.
Yes.
Where is the Lord Marshal? Or not the Marshal, the Sir
Commander Fuckett.
Captain Fouquet.
Farquaad, yes.
Commander.
If no one has raised the alarm, Fouquet will be in his offices.
We need to check on him now.
We also need to check the steward.
Yes. Oh, fuck. The steward's chambers would have been closer to where we just were. Fuck, we didn't think about that. But it didn't seem like the palace was mostly under alarm, so the citadel was under alarm.
No, it seemed too quiet. With lights turned out that shouldn't have been. That is slightly more worrying than alarm.
We also need to turn the lights back on. I think the lights turning off is because they don't like it, which makes sense if it's Nullian creatures.
So it's just really good for stealth.
Okay. Question is this a time to raise an alarm, or do we need to keep this still relatively hush-hush? It's...
If we raise the alarm and they aren't out, they'll go to ground.
Mm-hmm. We need to catch them in the act, not scare them off. But we can't compromise the king or queen's safety in that regard either.
Is there an access to the tunnels from this room?
No.
Good. Where's the closest access?
Between... He points into the library there. Because essentially where you are is like... it's not the top layer of this section. It's like a middle layer. There's one above where you could get to like parapets and stuff. And then you go down and across you into like that big library room that Ruby you were in before. The glass library. And the glass library connects to the Palace of the Lady. It's basically there's one in there that could be used for either of those.
If they're coming through the tunnels, because we know they have access now. That might be where they are potentially going to come through. What would be the easiest way to get into this area right here from there? Can they scale the outside wall of this? Is there windows? Are they barred? Can we double check those? Put alarms on them?
We can do that. The windows are reinforced. I cannot do any more alarm spells. Mine are maintaining on the on the wards down below.
There's only one way or in or out of this room, so we don't need to secure this room from the inside. We can secure it from the out.
Okay. I think the soldiery that I spoke to could help us out here. They seem to like me, and they might be able to work with us. If we can get them posted at all the entrances, that if anything happens, not to fight it, but to make as much noise as possible. Whatever they can do to sound the alarm. Don't fight, make a racket. We might be able to hold off, get a good indication before anybody goes if we're out of awards.
What allies do we know we definitely have within the keep?
She almost says the name, pauses. King of Othray. The Queen of Havaray.
I trust her.
Both
I
are in
think
the
the
Palace
sol-
of the Plains. We have... So, as a note, you only met like 20 of the guards.
Yes.
Just so you're clear. So it's not just the soldiery, but you can say you've got a few guards that you can recommend.
Lieutenant Andrew. Wait, I have the key.
You have.
No, you
I have Captain Fouquet's key. He
You
gave it
do.
to me.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
do.
That just completely slipped my mind. It's like, yeah, I already have his key, so that key is safe.
Yep.
As well as the map that leads to the tunnels. We have that. Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
So I think send these soldiers to these particular entrances. So we need to get Alistair. She almost said it again. Pauses. We need to get the King of Othray. We need to get the Queen of Haveray. We need to go check on the steward.
We should alert Captain Fouquet too, just so he
Yes.
is aware. Lieutenant Andrew is also an individual whom I would trust in these endeavors.
I would also like to have eyes on the King of, I almost said Greenland.
Glasgow?
Glaswegian.
Glasgow. Yeah, Glasgow, a very different place.
The King
Glasgow.
of Glasgow.
She will look to the king and say, "So Hugon the Shy is dead, and we think he is the person who signed the orders to get the Sword of Equilibrium."
I'm sorry, what?
So I'm sorry that I don't want to have to go explain all that.
Give me that letter now, by the way, if you're finished
Yeah.
scrying with it.
We don't know for sure if he's the person, but he is was Sir Hugon's higher up, and they are tying loose ends. Sir Hugon is dead. His citadel was burned, and he is a corpse in the rain right now.
So, adventurers, what is your plan? Who's going where? We are back into an investigation period, essentially. Who is doing what?
I don't feel comfortable leaving the king unprotected.
Totally
I'll go
fair.
check on the steward. Valymr, can you go get the King of Othray and the Queen of Haveray?
I will stay here and make sure not a soul comes through this door.
Okay. You also, if I will allow you, because they are here, you have Uzador and you have Perkram that you could also utilize.
They're really hurt. Well, Perkram's really hurt.
Uzador's fucked up.
Uzador's
Perkram's
fucked
fine.
up. Perkram is fine, and he to lift the veil. He is his character class is a champion. He is like a level CR10 fighter.
I mean, if we also need somebody to grab Captain Fouquet, and that's on the other, that's north. One of these going south, one of these going west, and maybe sending if he's willing to go, if the king's willing to let him go and grab Captain Fouquet and alarm him, secretly, not just alert the alarm, but to let him know that something is happening. Post him in for what we think is going on.
Also has the ability to sending to certain people within the castle at all times. So if you want to get a message that way or attempt a message that way, you can. But I understand if you wish to not.
So the goal here is bringing the people we trust to this room.
Ooh.
And then... What?
So, player knowledge. When you cast sending, you send sending to the person that you are thinking of. It wouldn't send it to somebody imitating that person. It would send it to that person, which would let you specifically, at least in theory, that would be far more efficient at alerting the people we want to know rather than people who might be impersonating them.
Correct.
I trust Lieutenant Andre. So I would say if we wanted to have him send a message to the lieutenant, assuming he knows the lieutenant, I would hope he knows the lieutenant.
Yeah. Usador knows who the lieutenant is.
That will be Breton's. Yeah, just so the lieutenant knows, and if the lieutenant has anybody that he wants to, like, he would trust the lieutenant to think of who he would trust. I know he also doesn't think very well of the Commander Fouquet, but I mean the commander gave him the keys to go down and the map down there. I don't imagine they would give that to us if they planned on using that.
Yeah, Fouquet did a lot to re-ingratiate himself with you.
He even apologized to me. I wasn't there at the time, but he did apologize to me.
Hey, I told him specifically, listen, if you want to apologize, I'm not the guy you have to apologize to. But he seemed sincere in the fact that he wanted to apologize. Yeah. Let the guards know that they don't need to immediately raise the alarm. I think keeping Perkram here so he can protect His Majesty, because that's what his job is to do. Breton's going to stay here as well, because I trust two well-trained knights protecting him more than one.
Yeah, fair. Okay.
Keep in mind questions to ask to confirm who might actually be real, because I don't think your Gem of Trucing has any charges left on it at this point.
The one thing I'm worried about as well.
Hey, no, it's been a day.
Not from our perspective.
Well, I just missed
That's really fucky. So, if you charge each new day, then was there just a weird point in the Ethereum where it's just like, oh hey, the charges are back?
I mean, from our perspective, it's. I mean, we left
It was
in the
kind of
afternoon
taken out of time, so I don't know how the magic would work.
Dawn specifically.
Yes, but you essentially did not pass go, did not collect 200. You, in all effectivenesses, all died. I don't know if that ever actually gave to the perspective of you guys.
I've done it before. It's no big deal. But at least there was no water this time.
I mean, that's a first for Breton. Breton's never died.
Actually, yeah, Breton, score 1 for the Republic.
It's only my third time.
I don't... Because the thing is, I'm going to say no. Otherwise, mages will have already discovered the source of unlimited power by just sending items in and out of realms to charge them. So I'm going to say that's...
Yeah, you put it in the Feywild for 20 minutes.
Yeah, and it comes out either fully charged or empty for some reason.
So putting them in places where time flows differently doesn't fast track or slow track them, then by that logic, it would have recharged because the normal amount of time has passed.
It just freezes it in
No,
place.
because you haven't felt the same time. I think it will have to physically hit dawn with you on that plane, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Because again, like I said, like for you, the time span has been about.
Like we were in a place where time had no meaning. We don't even know how long we were actually there.
Yeah. You technically went to a parallel universe at one point, Breton.
Yes,
exactly.
Yes, he did.
So I think it needs to be on this plane at dawn. Like I think that would be the thing that that hits the spell stipulation. The plane, it needs to be at dawn on the place that it was created, or the plane that you've been on. So if it hit dawn while you're in the beyond, perhaps, but there isn't time there. So I'm gonna say it would need to hit dawn today, essentially. Before that hits. Sorry.
I have one worry. We have not managed to talk to all of the various kings and dukes and queens, so sure, we're bringing the people we trust, but is that meaning we're just leaving the good people who we haven't spoken to yet?
We need the king of Othray. Alistair can tell the truth.
I definitely agree with that.
Are you a doppelganger? Yes or no?
I'm not, and I'm in a pretty good position to be able to determine that with the true sight, but I'm just worried that I'm not worried about the people that we're bringing with. That's obviously good. I'm just worried that you're
worried about who we have not proven to be innocent. Yeah, that we're not also bringing into protection. I get you. Let's focus on who we know is safe first. Like we're going to be running back and forth doing this the entire time now, I think, just getting this set up. I mean, if we get Alistair in here, that's also a really strong person to have just hanging with the king for the king's protection and his own protection. But there's also, we need to acknowledge the risk. Gathering all these people into one place might also be a problem. Like, that might not also be the smartest move when this building just decides to explode.
We have a Layman's tiny hut. Can we just like? That's impervious from the outside. We can put like 6 people or more to a hut, right? We got a couple of scrolls there. We got a couple of spellcasters.
We got 1 scroll. Beth could theoretically cast it as well, but the problem with that is once you cast it, you can't leave it. Otherwise, it falls. That means that person is stuck there, just sitting in the hut.
Magister can do that then.
We do have a scroll that he could use to do that at least once, and that lasts for 8 hours.
So that's 8 hours of even if building explode, those people are fine.
Well, the tiny hut is a dome, not a sphere. So if we wanted to do that, we would need to do that someplace secure on the ground or below it.
Or in the tunnels.
Which we just established. Maybe not we said. Also, you can just dispel a tiny hut.
That is also true.
It's a good idea, and I like where your head's at. But for now, I think we get who we know here, we secure it, and we come up with a plan to maneuver into for the next period of time. Because whatever they're planning on doing this, they're planning on doing it soon. So let's organize the people that we know and we trust.
Okay. So, Breton, you're remaining behind.
Yeah, he is going to take a chair out of this room and just going to set it like basically next to the door outside and sit in it. Just kind of, he's going to be deattuning and attuning to the blade of equilibrium.
It's a great sword, by the way. Just as a heads up, it counts as a great sword.
That is unfortunate for my dueling, but sure, we'll make do.
Yep. Okay.
I think the most special sword in all of existence probably trumps.
Yeah, the fabled hero's sword. I'll get you some stat lines for that soon. It's you can leave that one with me. You can start, but you can definitely start tuning to it. So Valymr, you're going to the Palace of the Plains to try and find the 2 kings and queen, the king and queen that you know.
Yeah. Queen Havre, what was the other one?
Three.
Othray.
The what?
King of Othray.
King of Othray.
Oh, that's Alistair, right?
With that,
Well-
Alistair's connected to, yes.
Did you want to add the heir apparent to that list?
Yes. We want the heir apparent. We trust him. I mean, they fucking tried to kill him, so I feel like he's a pretty safe bet.
Mm-hmm. Ruby, where are you going?
Stewards.
You're going to the stewards. Okay.
Can you get fuck it on the way?
Other ends?
No.
Other ends.
They'd be going opposite directions.
So essentially,
That's
you're
what-
going to the furthest east point. Ruby's going to the furthest south point.
And fuck it's in the north.
Yep.
Yeah. That's why I was like, we could just have
do ascending then. And tell him to come.
Who's the dog can do ascending for him?
Maybe tell him to bring 6 trusted guys, and they can also be, outside guards.
Okay. Sure.
The soldiery are going to the various points of access into the tunnels with the explicit instructions to don't fight if anything causes a trouble. Run away and make as much noise as you can while you're doing it.
Who's going to try and contact those guards?
Ruby knows them.
So
and
are you
could
going to go
probably do
try and
that.
are you going to try and find them or the steward?
¿Por qué no los dos?
I don't speak Spanish.
This is a check on the steward. It won't take incredibly long. Probably.
Okay, we'll see where we get to. Again, this is how we do the investigation periods. We need to assign where you're
Actually, quick question before we think about sending a message to the Commander Fouquet. Who is responsible for ensuring these soldiers stay at their posts? Because many of the posts and the guards have abandoned their posts. They're not standing where they're supposed to be standing. The guard presence has been very light.
So the Commander Fouquet is not in charge of the general guard of this place.
Okay.
He's in charge of essentially the household cavalry. So essentially royal bodyguards, and that's it. So he will have a commander. So
Alright, that's fine.
the gold armored ones. He's in charge of the gold armored ones, not just the citadel guard.
I just it dawned on me, I'm like,
versus regular soldiers.
let's not send the message to the commander of the guard where the commander of the guard has been pulling soldiers from places that they need to be watching. Like let's make sure we're not just making that mistake.
Do we know the commander of the regular guard?
None of you have actually found him to meet.
I don't think we have. No.
None of you went to go find.
Nobody
these guys.
bothered. Like,
Okay,
probably one of the most important parts of this. Nobody bothered.
Let's not say nobody bothered. We had a lot of things to do. There's only so much ground we can
He was
cover.
not prioritized.
No.
Let's not be mean to ourselves here.
Self-left important.
Cool. I'm gonna start with Valymr.
Yee.
Valymr, you sneak off to the. Are you trying to be stealthy as you move across? By the way.
Yeah, and I'm keeping my eye out for bullshit.
Sure. Give me a stealth check and a perception check.
Stealthiness, go. Perceptioniness, go. I got a 14 stealth, 11 perception because I'm rolling like crap today. I don't think I've rolled over a 10. No, I rolled a 10. That's my current highest roll today.
So
that was with advantage.
You make your way to the Palace of the Plains. It seems a bit more normal over this side, the Citadel. There's like, it's not like there are any obscure lights off. There are actually posted guards. There's milling around. When you get into, there's the different wings.
Mm-hmm.
The wing for Offray, one of the Offray bannermen is at the archway into that wing. That's the most obscure thing. They're normally posted outside the door rather than the hallway. This one seems to be blocking the hallway.
This is not your usual guard posting. Why are you there?
The king is sick and requested that none of the staff get anywhere close.
I'm not the staff. I'm going to see him.
You
know who I am, correct?
Kind of roll for it. I know who you are. It's Philip the Green. Is the guy that's the thing? The bald guy, the one that laughed at Darius's parents. All way back when.
Philip, isn't it?
Yeah, is this the guy that Darius cut the the securing plates for his breeches and his pants fell down?
I don't think so. I think
that would have been in the Rien, right?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, either
Different place. All right.
No. That's that was the guy at Castle Cullis. Yeah, I know who you mean. No, this is the guy that kind of got on with you guys. He's the old soldier. Used to be like just a sergeant, worked his way up as a knight kind of thing. He's not a knightly knight kind of. Yeah. Very well, but
stay there. In all likelihood, I'm coming back here with the king in tow, and you can follow along from then. I'm moving him.
Don't think you will.
How sick is he?
Very.
I'm gonna go past him.
He lets you go. He's not stopping you.
Okay. I'll get up to their door and knock. Yeah, it's kind of just like that.
Overdone. Don't get an answer.
I'm gonna try the handle.
It's unlocked.
I go through.
Sure. The smell of incense kind of fills the air. Don't you see the private staff of King of Offray are very solemnly moving about, and you see the Queen of Offray at the foot of sat next to the bed when the king is in it.
Because he has Alistair, and Alistair said, "Oh no."
King Bastion?
The Queen looks towards you. Oh, Lord Lambert, come in, come in. You see now as well the King's very faded. Very faded. Like,
Do
very
I know
shallow
if
breath.
that she is aware of Alistair?
Yeah.
When they were in the cathedral, didn't Alistair make an appearance when she was like being... I've still got her frickin' handkerchief.
You do. Alistair's never physically made an appearance outside of private. Obviously, the way that the King Bastion worked, jumping out the game, it's clear he has powers. He is essentially like part celestial warlock. That's kind of how it worked. The true knowledge of where he gets his powers is kept because it is bound to his weapon and himself. And Alistair is essentially an heirloom that is passed down from Kings of Othray, and it's something that Kings of Othray are told by the next King of Othray, essentially, or by one individual that was made privy. The Queen probably knows, or will at least have some inkling. The rest of the staff in this room, maybe not. Philip, maybe. Like, it will be. It's like,
I'm not breaking the secret.
yeah, it's Othray's seal secret, essentially. It's not a seal, but it's, you know, that it's deep knowledge that, yeah, there's been an angel in this kingdom all along, you know.
How is he?
Barely holding on.
Shit.
Losing so much in such a short time is overwhelming. She looks tearful, but she looks prepared.
Shit. What to do? I came here to bring him somewhere safer.
Safer?
We suspect that something is going to go down tonight.
He's too weak to be moved. But thank you for telling us. We'll do our best to secure here. Nothing gets past Philip in a hurry, and whilst I may have been helpless the last time I saw combat with you, people around me are far from. She also
I will try to find some to reinforce the end of the hallway. But I think you're right, we can't move him.
We'll do what we can secretly.
I'll come check on you tomorrow.
She nods. Good luck.
Tariff will be with you. I'm going to leave.
Send Philip back when you come.
I will. Yeah, when I get to Philip, I'll say the Queen wishes to see you. I'm going to go and try and find some reinforcements, let's say, to help guarding this hallway. And I'm sure she'll tell you, we think something's going to go down tonight. That's why I came. I wanted to bring the king somewhere a bit safer, a bit more locked down.
He puts his hand. Understand.
Good luck.
He then just pats you on the shoulder and he goes. You then dart across the hallway towards Havaray's wing.
Yes.
It is a bit. There's a bit of a less of a stern welcome when you get towards Havre, as a familiar to you guardsman is on the door. The
Sir Grigor?
Grigor Stefanescu, yes. The knight from Havre just says, hello, purple one.
Hello.
If you, I hope you've come with some sort of auspicious gift or flowers or something. The queen is
the gift of safety and definitely we need to move the queen.
His beaming smile as he was gonna like rib you just drops and goes, sorry, what?
We think something is going down tonight. I wish to move the queen to somewhere more secure, more safe. And I also must apologize for missing the dinner that I was supposed to be at yesterday. I think I was a little bit dead.
We heard you went, welcome to the club.
It's not the first time.
We assumed when you all went suddenly missing, that news traveled around the castle relatively in certain circles. You have been gone a day, and lead investigators in a mystery going missing all of a sudden is, unusual. Yes.
Yes.
He opens the door. From behind the door, he also grabs his helmet and just like puts it on. And then he starts shouting in a language you don't understand. Like the 5 sort of knights that are there kind of start like grabbing equipment and stuff, and the queen kind of walks around the corner and sees you and says, "Oh, you've returned. So what is going on?"
We should bring you to the king's stronghold. I can't remember what it's called. The I don't say this in
the
character.
It's the royal chambers, essentially.
The royal chambers. We think something is going down tonight. I wish to move you somewhere safer. It is utmost urgency, and Are you ready to move, or do you need a moment?
Give me 5 minutes to grab some things.
Absolutely.
So with this, weirdly, she doesn't have that many contingents of servants. Like you see with like when you went into like for example Othray, Philip is kind of the only knight there, and there's like 4 servants probably can fight, but they're not like warriors, and the queen is okay, or at least seemingly so. In this room, it's 1 servant and 5 knights, sort of thing. All of them with their Havre, and that's like Havre. They tend to carry like a shortened pole axe, so it's like somewhere between like a great axe and a pole axe. It's like a pole axe you could use in a corridor. Put it that way, as their primary weapon, but they're all sort of like ready up with
fit in a coffin.
Maybe
while you sleep.
It's one that you could take to bed with you. That's a very different weapon. But no, they gather their things and they're ready to go.
Yeah. Okay, please after me, and I'll hurry back. Is there any regular ass guards that I will see on the way back?
Yes, because this area did have standard guards, which is another reason why like Philip the Vote was kind of like, when you started talking, he was just like, I understand. We got this. I knew you were hushed tones, but he was just like, just in case someone was saying, he was like, say no more. I understand.
I'm going to grab the nearest one.
Okay.
And I say, you got what's your name?
Henri.
Henri, it's a pleasure to meet you. Could you do me a favor?
I'm not supposed to leave my post, but possibly, yes, sir. What can I do? What can I do for you?
I'm gonna need you to leave your post temporarily. I need you to go to the barracks, grab an extra 20 men, and I want 20 more men guarding the palace here, the palace of the princes here, within the next 20 minutes. Palace of the Plains, sorry.
Make a persuasion check.
What I need you to do? I'm not leaving my post. I need you to leave your post.
Look, I mean, natural 20 for a 30.
Yes, sir. I can absolutely do that.
If you can get more than 20, get more than 20. I want as many as you can get. But
yes.
do not take more than 20 minutes. That is the time limit. Can you do that?
I was named fastest runner in all of Springbury.
Amazing. That deserves a platinum. I'm going to put one in his pocket. Go, quick now, go.
He does. He just goes, yeah, he fucking legs it. He drops his spear and he's just holding onto his like short sword on his side and his like kettle helmet. He's just like fucking pegs it out of the palace.
All right. Let's hope that's enough. Okay, the rest of you come with me, and we are going to make for the bloody.
Are you moving at a rapid pace, or are you going relatively stealthily?
I have 5 knights and a queen with me. I'm not sure a group of 6 people are.
All of them are in black armor.
7 people are stealthy in much way at all. So fuck stealth. We're going as rapidly as we can.
Sure, no problem. Okay.
She's a fucking vampire. I think she's got the super speed down. I'm not too worried about her being able to keep up.
She like half scrouches over, throws you onto her back, and says, "Hold on, Spider Monkey," and you fucking go. That's
damn. I really need that date.
That's a bad reference. If anyone hears that, and she hits outside, she starts sparkling. No. All of that was
Twilight. I have not
both of those things were Twilight references.
I've never watched them.
Yeah,
I hate it.
I rewatched Twilight recently.
Fuck, it's wrong. I rewatched Underworld recently. I feel like I win.
don't doubt it. Anyway, going over
all
to
of them were great.
Ruby, you head back through the darkened corridors towards the steward's offices. Are you going stealthily?
Ruby doesn't stealth.
Okay.
And I'm in heavy armor, or not many heavy armor, but
you're in medium armor.
She's medium armor, but she's not a stealthy person. It would not occur to her to walk stealthily around here. She wants to be seen.
Okay. Give me a perception check.
That I can do. Get out, dog! Stop it. Perception. 11. Go. Stop it. Go.
Stop it, Dice.
No, the dog she's been for dinner an hour and a half early.
Oh, bless her. Anyway.
No. Don't encourage her.
She can't hear me, it's fine. As you walk past some of the frosted glass into various offices and such, towards the offices of the steward, you notice something. Bodies. You see, like, through the frosted glass very carefully, like, the guards that were on post here, at least some of them have been, like, dragged into offices and dispatched. There's also some servants in there and such. Some of which as well, you notice, you see it on, like, you notice it because you saw the, like, I would say that it's actually what drew you to seeing these glass. You see, like, little, the sprays of the metal from the poison. You see some of that hitting the corner of one of the glass, and then you look down and some of them have been killed. So it's a mix of, like, it seems like people have been got and also got.
She can't stop.
No, that's fine.
As heartless as it sounds, like...
No, that's fair. Eventually, you make it towards the office of the steward. The offices of the steward. There is no one there. So I don't think you've been here before, but there's like a reception area. There is no one about. But the doors are also seem like open slightly, like they haven't been reshut or they've been left open slightly.
Does it look disheveled?
This area, not so much, but you notice like there's some paper on the floor in like one of the doorways.
Open, or just check, looking around. General investigation or general perception, looking around.
Sure. Give me a second perception check here. Now you're in this new area.
That's a 4.
Sure. Doesn't take you long to find your first corpse. This person seems like they were... It seems like their Achilles tendons were cut. And then their throat was slit. They seem to be some sort of scribe.
Oh, scribe.
There is no sign of the steward, nor the master of coin or ships, who all have offices in this area.
Are their buildings equally all fucked up?
Yeah. Actually, Just roll for this. Baronet Purr, the Master of Ships, her office is slightly more disheveled than the others. And you notice that it seems more like a struggle happened in this one. There's also blood on the floor.
Well, fuck. I don't want to spend the spell slots. All attacked from behind. Throat slit. The same story. They've all been assassinated. So the question at the forefront of my mind is, where are all the guards? This place is supposed to be crawling with guards. How is somebody killing them all? And why are they not where they're supposed to be? And then the thought dawns on her, the fucking guard captain. One last look about before she's going to try to make her way out of there.
Okay.
And try to find the guards.
Which direction would you like to go? Would you like to go back the way you came, which is back down the offices, past the Magister's lab, back towards the royal chambers, like through that upper way? Or you can go towards your rooms, down and into the general servants' quarters.
That way. Set the ladder.
Okay. Is there anything you need to gather from your rooms at all?
Carries most of her equipment on her.
Now would be the best time to grab that. I believe some of the evidence was there. I don't know if you need it at all. That's why I ask.
Yeah. Grab our evidence. Okay. Notes.
Sure, you can do that. When you go down the steps, you can take a left out into the courtyard near the stables, or you can go through the servants, like the servant rooms.
Poke a head in and just listen at the servants' quarters for a second before opening it up.
Silence. It looks like a battle took place in here. Like, the rooms, like every door is open, there's bodies in, so it's like in certain hallways. There's a mix of servants, guards. There is, including a guard that seems to have like the leg of a chair pushed through his neck. There's like a whole mix of individuals killed. And it is, again, there's a mix of... This mostly is like blade work. It seems like this would have... Give me a quick medicine check.
Well.
Looking at this, looks like it probably happened at the same time Zedaar was attacked, or roughly thereabouts. You think like the attacks might have started from above you because there was still some poisonings happening there, and then some, you know, what seemed to be signs of fighting, and then obviously Zedaar being taken out. Then most likely this area, because, you know, there would have been off-duty guards or servants, etc., etc., etc.
Everybody is dead, or damn near.
Yeah.
Around this keep.
At
And
least
yet-
in the south end.
Fuck it. She's gonna cast Sending to Breton.
Mm-hmm.
All guards, all servants, dead. Master of Coin, dead. Steward, missing.
You didn't find... No, you didn't find the bodies of...
Oh,
the...
Steward, Master of Coin, Master of Ships, missing.
Yeah.
All servants, all guards, dead.
Understood.
Now she's going to go to the guard quarters. The actual guard quarters.
So towards the refectory.
Yeah. Sword and shield are out at this point,
Yeah,
by the way.
Just to clarify, are you going towards standard guards, or are you going for the, like, household cavalry? That's two different
Standard
places.
guards first.
Okay.
Standard guards.
Sure.
The ones that she kind of get along with.
Yeah, the ones that you went partying with. Sure. Okay. Yeah, that would be towards the refectory.
Yep.
No problem. You can do so.
Yep.
Breton.
Yes.
It is at this point that Lieutenant Andrew rushes up.
You're with us, Lieutenant?
Yes, where have you been? What happened? What happened?
It's a long story, and I don't think we have enough time to catch up. What is the situation?
I was, yes, I was sending, I was filing reports with, the commander. We have kept the circle tighter, even more so than we were. The commander is just going to talk with, it's going to talk with Sir Garnet, who is the commands the standard guard contingent that remains. They were talking about they were going to talk about another. We wanted to change up the plans from what we're normally doing to so that nobody had our standard contingencies, just in case it'd fallen out of hands. We've been prepping for that.
You said the commander was going to meet with the leader of the standard guard.
Yes.
Ruby's going.
So the master, the steward, the master of coin, and master of ships are all gone, and that entire side of the keep has been murdered, more or less. The guards are not standing at their posts.
He swears in Fionian. Okay. Okay, and we still have no idea who has done this.
Well, if the leader of the normal guards is responsible for organizing this, Commander Fouquet is walking into a trap.
Fuck. We have to get a message to Fouquet fast. I will go. I will run. I will.
Just 1 second, Andre. Magic travels faster than feet, and he is just going to bang on the door and say, Oslo, if you could send a message to Commander Fouquet that he should not immediately meet with Sir Garnet, meet up with Ruby first.
Is it? Okay.
I know, he's just our message bot. We need him right now.
Yeah.
I cannot leave my post, Andrew. Somebody has to stay here and protect the king.
No, you are completely right.
Meet up with my fiancée. Work with her.
Sure. Yes. I will. I'll gather my squad as well. I could probably get there just as fast. If you say she's on the south side.
She mentioned she was going to the refectory.
I should have enough time. They're on a break right now, but they are still armed.
Be careful, Andrew. The word has been thrown around. Face stealers, doppelgangers.
Any advice on detecting them?
That really entirely depends on what Breton knows about doppelgangers, because I know a bunch about doppelgangers. I don't know how much Breton knows about doppelgangers.
You guys have dealt with a doppelganger before.
Well, no, he wasn't there.
Was he not?
I wasn't there.
But you've
yet.
read
That
Ruby's
was before.
diary.
I've read I've read about it. It really depends. Like, do I know if doppelgangers can read minds of creatures they can see or not? That's really the important question, because that entirely changes how he would prepare people to handle this situation.
I think you might know about the reading of thoughts.
Okay, so this is some fourth degree warp realm fuckery here that we're gonna say. He's gonna instruct Andrew. Doppelgangers can read your mind. This is how they imitate people so completely. So if you come across an individual whom you are not sure if you can trust or not, ask them to show you. Actually, that doesn't work if you haven't established this yet. You need to tell them to speak of a moment that only that individual would know of, something personal. Do your best to think of anything other than what the correct answer is. Do not give them any fuel to use. If you're asking them the first time you met, then think about any other time that you've met them.
Okay, smart. Thank you. I best be going. And he just runs off.
And Brett begrudgingly just kind of sits back in his chair. Guard duty is not glorious, but it's so important.
Yeah. Also, I will note the High King is getting his armor on as well.
Good.
Just he is arming himself up. His wife is putting armor on as well. They are arming.
Good. Brett is taking a short rest during this time. He's getting his channel divinity back so he can get another third level spell slot back.
I could really use a short rest too, but
I've got 2 third level spell slots, and that's it. I'm done for the day.
Ruby, you see a man in brilliant, burnished, brassy golden armor and a white sash come like running towards you.
Clear yourself.
He shows up his hands. Your lady, Zedaar sent me to meet with you.
Sorry. If I get to 10 minutes, I'm actually really hit die too. So I had 18 damage.
I know I have an apology to give you and your other companion, but sword point might be a little bit much, no?
She'll sheathe the, or not sheathe the blade, but she'll lower it.
Yeah, I'd keep that out. The more I've moved to this side of the castle, the less guards I have seen. I was heading to talk to Sir Garnet, who is commanding the guards, but now I am thinking less and less of that idea.
No, we need to do that. Every guard I've met along the way has been dead or not where they're supposed to be. The Master of Coin, the Master of Ships, and the Steward are all missing. The Lord High Mage was attacked in his own building. We need to find out where the guards are, and we need to talk to the captain.
Okay.
Are you battle ready?
I'm always battle ready.
I'd like you if I didn't hate you. Let's go.
Yeah. So yeah, you see like, from like, he has a long sword at his side, but you just see him just like crack Gauntlet Knuckle as well, and he pulls his sword out. Come on then. And as you get to the doors of the refectory, you hear Lady Sunderstar, Commander, and behind is Lieutenant Andrew and 7 others. Andrew, what are you doing here? I thought you were going. I thought you were heading to see. Lord Montelier. Yeah, my brain. I was trying to remember your last name. It just went for a moment. He sent me to assist you all. I gathered my squad, just in case. And you kind of all three of you kind of like, okay. And he pushes, and then the commander pushes open the rectory. And inside is a scene of grisly combat. Tables are overturned. Guards, everything's dead. There's writing in blood on the wall. There's actually also members of the High Guard, the actual the household cavalry as well in here dead. Commander just goes, fuck. How? And yeah, so the thing that stands out to you the most, Ruby, it's on the wall, written in blood, is "We are the Peregrinus. We are the wanderers come home."
Check the bodies, see if anybody's alive.
You begin to do it. People spread out. You do find one alive. You remember back to the night you spent drinking with various soldiers, and you find the old sergeant. It's again, wasn't the highest ranked person in the room, but it was the one that had been there the longest, the one that everyone respected.
Everybody's friend.
Yeah. You find him missing all bar one arm. No legs, no arm. Jesus.
I'm gonna name him Matt now.
he also has like a big cut on his face and one eye is missing. But he's alive.
Help this.
And bleeding out.
Yeah.
I can't help that. Like, I'm sorry, I can't.
But if there's, do you have any questions? Anything? His time is fading fast.
Eyes on me, soldier. Who did this? Or eye on me, I guess.
Friends. People I've worked with for years. They all just changed. They're not physically, their eyes just glazed. Something different about them. Just began cutting people to pieces. We had barely any time to grab our wherewithal. Took 3 of the boys with me.
Where are the bodies? Their bodies, the ones you killed.
He points to like one that's like probably right across from him. That's just seems to have been stabbed repeatedly with cutlery.
Hey, fuck it.
And like
I respect the tenacity.
Yeah, really.
Fuck it. Fuck it was here? What?
Fuck it is here.
fuck it is here. That's the commander.
Oh, is that the guy with it? Oh, I thought it was a different guy.
Yeah.
Wait, fuck it's the guy with only one arm left?
No.
Oh, okay.
Fuck it is the one that met Ruby outside. That was like,
Right,
she was
okay,
like,
okay.
if I didn't hate you, like that
Right.
would be
I'd
cool
like
if
you.
I did. Yeah.
Missed that. Sorry. I was going to be very annoyed that he wasn't going to be able to apologize to me in person.
Ruby will just lay him down gently, and she's gonna. Ruby, I am not gonna sing because I don't want anybody to, get alarms off going up. But she is gonna hum something to this man, and as
You
he
ease
passes
his
out.
passing.
Yep.
You ease his passing. How would them? Okay.
Ruby's gonna check the bodies of the
Sure.
the not friendlies.
Mm-hmm. They seem to.
Aside from repeating that,
Give me a
they look
medicine-
human.
Yeah, they look human. They don't. It's not like shape changer in the fact of they've changed fully. Like
Yeah, they didn't
changed.
change back when they died. Yeah.
Yeah, they are. They
percep-
still. Thing that you notice most is like their pupils are like darkened.
Natural 20.
Nice. Yeah, you see that their pupils are darkened, and like a bloodshot eye. You see blood like right there. You just see black in their veins.
Like take one's arm, take a knife, and kind of cut and see what falls out from the wrist.
Sure. Black blood.
Do I know where black blood comes from or has been?
Nothing truly rings a bell like this. No, not with the same hallmarks. This is so different.
Do I get the impression that these people are? This is their biology, or is this a curse inflicted upon people? Did they drink something, eat something?
Give me an.
Please say Arcana.
I will allow Arcana to be a higher DC. This
As
would
opposed
be
to.
nature or medicine.
Yeah, I'll take the Arcana.
Sure thing.
17.
It's hard to say. It could be biological, but it could easily be a curse.
If I spend 10 minutes casting Ritual Identify, will it just say blood or detect magic or?
Is blood an item?
That would determine if it was a curse in terms of it been cast by a spell. However, if it's a more long form curse, like any of the blood maledictions that come from like Havare or anything like that, or the biological plague that you guys were hunting down not too long ago, that wouldn't be done by an identify spell. So,
does this feel like the same kind of blood shit that we encountered dealing with the
shrine?
The shrines.
Yeah. Remember there was a shrine where there was blood silver in it, and there was a bunch of peasants that basically killed each other.
Those people were bleeding in the same way, but it could easily be a variation, a connection to similar something. Whatever it is, there's definitely there's kind of the thing that you're noticing, because like this is just violent, but there are certain, like, because there are individuals missing, there are clearly some that aren't as there aren't pawns, not simply pawns in this.
Have any answers? I don't.
Let's check check the rest of the chambers here. Let's see if we find Garnet or any. If he is one of the people behind this, we need to check.
Yep.
Instead of opening doors, they've started kicking down doors. It's this squad that you're with. Eventually, you, Andrew, and fuck it, make your way up the side stairs to where Garnet would be, his offices. And the door here is off its hinges, pushed in.
Shield will be up and she'll...
Yeah. You see 7 or 8 bodies of servants and guards in this room. And then the knight you can assume is Sir Garnet, who has been decapitated. His head has been put on the desk, and on the wall behind his desk, where like there's painting. There's like a painting of probably the first person to hold this position. That has been covered with the blood of "You can't stop us. You can't stop us." Repeated.
She'll turn around and look at the commander.
We should get the king out of the citadel.
He's secured. He's with Breton.
He points to the door. But for how long?
Nobody's getting through Breton quickly. But we do need to get there.
Fair enough. If everywhere is slowly falling.
I can't figure out how we can't find them. This place isn't linked to the tunnels, is it?
Not this room, no, but above us, yes.
She'll look up, like, do they crawl through the ceiling, or?
No. So, because you're under, you're under the Palace of the Lady right now, and the bridge over to where Breton and everyone is. No, there's one just outside of the bridge to the Palace of the Lady. That wouldn't connect to down here. These two platforms don't connect except for a small servant's door over there. But from the looks of that he goes back into the main room with you. He's like, he goes over and tries that door. This one's still locked. They haven't been through here. They are clearing people out.
The only safe place I could think of is the cathedral in the city. It's holy. It's okay. Sorry, no, think about that. When we brought the queen here, by the way, she's back. The people started going absolutely. People were starting to go crazy outside.
Yes.
If we bring the king out and the queen out, they're going to start losing their collective shit. We need to keep everybody here. We need to get everybody together. At this point, it's strength in numbers.
Find as many survivors that we can trust. Get them into one place. Fight our way out. Does Breton still have my key?
Yes.
We can use the tunnels to get out. We have multiple exits, and if Usador is still around, he could always bring down the wards to teleport us out.
Get to the king.
Valymr, you make it back to Breton at this point.
Any news? Anything happen here?
Last I heard, they think it might be doppelgangers. The steward, the master of coin, and the master of ships have all gone completely missing. No sight of where they are, and pretty much the entire south side of the keep has been slaughtered.
Shit.
But other than that, no news here.
Well, I've brought 5 knights and a queen that can all kick ass if needed, so let's get them inside. Would I know? So, my blindfold gives me true sight.
Mm-hmm.
Would I know if I looked at somebody who was doppelgangy?
If they were a doppelganger or a changeling, you should, by the laws of true sight, know that they
Would
are.
I know that that's how that works? Would Valymr know if that?
I think you
would he
used
know that?
true sight to detect doppelgangers before. Back when you last came across them. I'm sorry, I don't quite remember that arc as clear as day anymore without checking some notes, but I would.
It's come up in the past because Ruby has used her true sight to detect a lot of true forms of things in other places.
Okay.
But obviously, Breton is giving you the less information he's gotten. Obviously, the most recent information might be these people might just actually be going crazy by some form of curse or infection. So it's the people who seem like they're we just got to be careful of anyone. You never know when somebody's just going to turn on you. Guys, congratulations! We're officially in a zombie apocalypse where the zombies are sentient.
Those are the most boring kinds of zombies.
Not that the queen does.
The ones that can think.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of just shambling brainlessness.
Grigor speaks up. Now that the queen is here and safe, where do you need our men? Where do you need us?
We need to make sure. We need to figure out what's happening everywhere else. I want to know what's going on at the rookery. I want to know what's going on at the kitchens and the bakehouse.
Breton, the king of all three, is not doing well. He's missing a part of him since the gods went away.
I worried that might have been a problem.
I couldn't bring him. I sent more guards to defend the Palace of the Plains. I hope it's enough, but I mean, if there are doppelgangers, I feel like maybe I should go back so that I can vet the extra guards.
We need to make sure that no doppelgangers and nothing else is getting through this door. We have to protect the primary security. He's important to us, and I would not see no harmful to him, but we can't just dedicate so much to him and leave this unprotected.
What about the heir apparent? Where's he?
Oh, wasn't he in the Palace of the Plains?
Yep.
And I was supposed to
He
get
would
him
have
as
been.
well.
You got to the lady bits, and you're like, no, let's just go back and get that save.
It was freaking entrapment because Midge said, "Now are you sprinting over to the Queen of Othra?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." Yeah.
No, you went to Othray first because you saw that there was a guy there. Then I said, "You go to Havre." You went to Havre. Then you sent a guard off, and then I was like, "Okay, what do you do?"
Yeah,
I'm following your lead, buddy.
No, no. I need to go back and get him. I need to go get him. Unless you want me to hold the door for more people that come in so I can vet them and you go get him. It's either way works for me.
Assuming that we still think it's doppelgangers, having Valymr stand here and back check all the people that are now coming through seems like the smarter decision. That's what Breton would flee to.
Mm-hmm.
And I think honestly Breton is just tired of sitting around and doing nothing.
Sure.
Yeah.
No worries. Stefanescu also says, "What would you like, Armin? Where do you need us to go? Is there a choke point you need us to hold for now? First line, what do you need?"
Maybe at least one of you go with Breton. Two is better than one, you know. I think the others, I'd say, positions around the main this area, because this is, you know, one door in, but what leads to this one door? Is there a staircase that can be guarded?
So it's other chambers. There's staircases. There's a library. Like then that's like the rooms.
Library has a glass roof, doesn't it?
Glass side, but it's like
Side, okay.
It's glass side and partial roof, but it's reinforced enough that a trebuchet can't break that glass.
I was more thinking vision, seeing through.
Oh
it.
yeah. No,
you
can see the entire gardens. You see the gardens, you can see the bakeries, etc., and you can see kind of the corner of the palace of the plains. Like it's
parapets. There was parapets.
Yeah, you
can
get up to the top of the keep.
I'd say. I mean, I imagine these guys are funky creatures of the night with good eyesight.
They've definitely got some sort of good vision. Yeah.
Yeah. Did it get some people on the roof? Any basically look out amongst the entirety of what can be seen from this location. Notify of any bullshit going on anywhere. One on parapet, say two on a roof, looking in opposite directions. One go with Breton. And yeah, I guess I'll take a nap I'll take a seat at the door.
Nandru, Yosef, Dinu, you go up. Dragomir. You stay close to Valymr. And he goes, "To Breton, I will join you if you need extra help."
All right, we're gonna be moving fast though.
I can keep up.
I'll just turn into a bat.
So
you take.
And also, I'm gonna knock on the door because I'm gonna try to get the queen to come through.
Oh yeah.
Who's on the other?
So
did we already?
I was going to say, like, the queen can go in. The queen of Havre can go in. Inside, you have the queen consort, the high king, and Usador. They're the people in.
Okay.
Usador is on the door, right?
Rickout should still be in there. Because we didn't send him off.
Who?
The royal bodyguard.
Oh, yes. So Perkram Hamo is
Perfect.
There. Yeah. I'm going to take a good fucking hard look at every single one of them with true sight. Just
sure.
Under the auspices of I think doppelgangers are a possibility. Just taking a good look at all of them.
Sure.
The blood.
We don't know. You haven't told us about any of that, so we don't know.
I have spell slots, but I'm holding on to them.
Well, that's fine. When you get over here.
The Perkram Hammer, the Queen, the High King all look fine. This is like Usador still looks fucked up. And looks fucked up. They don't look. You're not seeing like shape change someone else or anything.
Yeah. So who's the guy that's on the door with me?
I gave you
Dragomir. Okay. Dragomir, you have good eyesight?
Fairly good eyesight.
Yeah, you can obviously see that I'm blindfolded. With this, I can see 10 feet. I can see through people. I can see their true forms.
Okay.
Further than that, 60 feet, I see vibrations. I see sounds. I see the sounds. Further than that, I see nothing. Okay. You're my eyes. Further than that, you're my eyes for anything real. When they get up close, that's when I can see through and see who they really are. That's why we're here.
I can see for about another 40 feet from what you're saying, so I can see this entire corridor and where we are.
Perfect.
I'll keep
me informed of things. You know my limits. Keep me informed of things that are outside them.
Absolutely.
All right, and I'm going to take a short rest.
Sure. You can try to start taking a short rest. Breton, where are you running to? You're running to Palace of the Plains again.
Gotta go back to the palace to get the heir apparent.
Fuck, I'm sorry.
Ruby, at this point, You're about to leave the refectory when a guard rushes the door and is clotheslined by one of the squad that you're with. His kettle helmet falls off, and he kind of slips and he's like, he kind of looks at him and is just like, and the squaddy that's with you just goes, "Who are you? What the fuck are you doing?" As he like takes this man down like with one arm, and he's just like, "Hey, I'm Honor. I was coming to get the guard," and then he like looks at his feet and just sees the carnage and goes, "Oh my god!"
Soldier. Focus. Look at me.
They both kind of stop as they're like,
What are you doing?
The investigator. One of the investigators sent me over to try and reinforce the Palace of the Plains. I was going to get another contingent of the guards to come with me, but what the fuck happened here?
They're going to the Palace of the Plains. Good. Okay. Go to the king's chamber. Tell him Ruby sent you. Tell them that Ruby is going to the Palace of the Plains. All of you, and she'll gesture to everybody else, we're going to the Palace of the Plains. If Breton's going there, he's got a reason.
Okay.
You don't know that.
You wouldn't know.
I'm sorry, if Valymr is telling you to reinforce it, there's a reason. We're going that way.
All right. Sure. I'm the fastest runner in Sweepsbury. He fucking...
That deserves a medal. We'll get you that later.
He keeps Honorary just fucking pelts.
And then she'll go look at Fouquet.
You got
Are your cavalry? Are your cavalry ready to go?
I can have 40 men ready in 5 minutes.
Get them ready.
Oh, we.
And take. How many soldiers do I have with us?
So you've got the commander. You've got Lieutenant Andrew. You've got the sergeant of that squad, and then 4 others.
Okay, Andrew, you're with me. Everybody else, go with the. Fuck it.
Go with the boss.
Fouquet. Go with Fouquet. Go with the boss. Get the cavalry ready. Go. Fouquet, if there is something awry, don't fight it. Run back to us as fast as you can.
There's days like today that I wish I was not in fucking plate mail, but yes, let's go.
or send the fastest runner in Sweepsbury. That would even work better.
We're already using
35-foot move speed.
It's got a 40-foot move speed, actually.
Oh, damn.
That's moving along. That's a fast boy. He's faster than Ruby.
Well, fastest guy in Sweepsbury. I mean, ain't a slow place.
It's a fast town. It bops, man. You got to go.
It's a fast-moving town. You got to keep up with the job.
You keep making these jokes, Mage. One of us is going to retire there by the end of this campaign, assuming it's still there.
All right, yeah, we're going to the Ruby and the Mooks are going to go to the Palace of the Plains.
Sure. Ruby and the Mooks sounds like a really good cult.
A diner.
No, Ruby and the Mooks sounds like a 60s shuffle rock
quartet band.
Yeah, shuffle rock, like sort of that kind of surfer rock that was kind of Hank Marvin's kind of music is what I remember.
I like to imagine that if ever retired, it's more Beach Boys.
Okay. Yeah, fair.
Anyway.
Okay, you guys begin going that way. Breton, make me a perception check, please.
Okay. $22.
You see red smoke leaving the ovens of the kitchens.
Oh, well, that's... Red smoke leaving the ovens of the kitchens. What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
A new cardinal has been chosen.
That sucks because that seems like something that could be investigated and should be investigated right now. And
Smoke, there's fire. Only you can prevent red kitchen fires.
Only you can get the fuck in there and figure out who was causing this and stop it.
Only you can protect against necromancy.
Yeah, sure. If he sees something that seems suspicious and he thinks he might be able to stop it.
Okay. Are
That's
you
Breton's
taking
gonna-
your hop along with you, your tag along with you, or are you sending him on?
Oh, if he sends this guy by himself, this guy's just gonna die. that's Breton's immediate fear. Like, I don't think little of this guy, but the player thinks you send an NPC off to do anything by themselves that's more than 5 minutes, they're just gonna be dead the next time you see them. So
Unless they're fast.
you're right. No, you've succeeded at that. So let's see if that standard sticks up. He will send him off towards the Palace of the Plains. To alert the guards and try and get the heir apparent. And you know what? I think at this point, he will say that alert each of the kings. He's not going to worry about Glazel being secret or whatever, because at this point it's all about the doppelgangers, getting the kings into, getting the officials into one place. Maybe just be the plan here. Obviously, we can't make the move the King of Mothray. That's a non-starter. But get the heir apparent and start working from there. Ruby and then we'll catch up by then, and hopefully Breton will probably catch up to them to make the next plan. But for now, I'll just say, yeah, go and alert the heir apparent where he should be.
I will go. Yeah. He begins to just run. These guys run pretty far. Like you would say that they would have 35 feet of movement, even though they're in plate armor. That the Havarayans are no pushover. They are all stocky men. Like they are all big black plate armored men. It's like they are. It's like it is. It's one of those things of that's kind of too fast for someone in that armor kind of to be running at me at that kind of build and size. They don't mess about. Put it that way.
It's like a fucking space marine.
Just dawning on Breton too.
Stories.
I'm gonna say, in this dawning on Breton too, we're just gonna forego any sense of just moving around this place normally. He's just gonna be riding Solvaril everywhere.
Sure, you're gonna summon Silverall?
Yeah, because the Griffin has 80 feet of move speed. We're gonna move. We're gonna expedite getting where the fuck we're going now.
You grab Silverall and you Silverall joins you as you get to the it's like a separate mini courtyard where the kitchens and stuff are, and you just hear, now you're getting closer. You hear like the slapping of meat.
Yep. Definitely nothing that's going to be wrong with kicking down this door in a second.
And the tearing of flesh. And it's like this, and that's coming from one of the main kitchen buildings. You also hear the flicker of flames coming from towards one of the storehouses. And you also hear sounds like sword fighting in another building.
Party is split. Start with the sword fighting.
Okay. You head towards the sword fighting. You kick down a door, because at this point you're a fuck it mode, I'm guessing.
Bold of you to assume I need to kick the door down. Breton just starts running and doesn't stop.
Yeah, that's kind of what was going to happen to this door anyway. It wasn't going to be an athletics check. But
just turn a shoulder to it, and the door will
you
disappear.
See as you get into this, what seems to be a wing of the brewery, seems to be you see carnage. It's people parts everywhere. And you hear an ongoing battle up a set of steps, which you rush for. And in front of you, you see 5 or 6 staff members rabidly attacking this one member of it seems to be the standard guard. He might be a sergeant though. He doesn't seem to he's clearly a bit up armored, but he does not seem to be. He's not Royal Cavalry or anything. But he's there with an axe, just holding people off. He's what the fuck is going on? And he's and yeah. So you see these rabid sort of individuals clawing at him. One of them turns around, and you see black blood spewing from their mouth, and eyes are kind of slightly bleeding, black bloodshot, and then also you see their arms and veins are black, and then and it just launches at you.
Not doppelgangers, okay. Can he just throw a quick divine sense out?
Sure. You'll see.
These individuals, they've got black blood pooling out of them. They don't seem to be like their doppelgangers. Are they, say, possessed by, I don't know, demons, fiends, some other underworldly creature?
There's something fiend and undead about them. They are still creatures, though. They still are, like, you're still getting that there is some humanish there, but they are not all there.
But I am picking up the weirdness on the divine sense.
Oh yeah, now you are.
That's a really big find. That's something we can use.
Yeah, but one of them launches at you. I'm gonna go ahead and roll an attack here.
I'm surprised they're getting
doesn't hit you. So
I'm also surprised. Like, are they surprising me? Are they getting the jump on them?
No. This is just because you took the moment to divine sense them, like,
okay, sure,
as this was happening. Because I said he launched at you, and then you went, "Can I go for a divine sense?" I was like, "Okay." Yeah, no.
I had a second to see them attacking the other guy, but yeah.
This like crazy individual with a ladle just dunk hits your breastplate, and you're like, "Fuck!" And they try to claw at you with their hand, but they don't do anything.
All right. Then with that, do we want to call session there? Because it is past 4 o'clock now.
Yeah, I was going to say, did you want to just quickly save this man first? Put it this way. These entities aren't of much danger to you right now. You have the power to save this individual if you wanted to dispatch them.
Okay. But then knowing that, then these guys, you don't know. I hate to say there's no mercy here, but these guys they're rabid dogs attacking. He's gonna use the blade of equilibrium, and he's just gonna start cutting through them.
Easy done. And this random sergeant's like, "Oh, thank you for. I'm so glad you're here. Everything's gone crazy."
Evidently, yes. And the situation continued to change by the second. You want to stay alive? Breton thinks immediately, like, I can't just lead this guy back to safety. I don't want this to send this guy back to safety. Say, you want to stay alive? Stick with me, but we have to finish exploring this place and seeing what the hell's going on.
Looks like we've got a job to do. And with that, we'll end session here for today. So thank you so much, everybody, for watching. As a reminder to anyone watching in the US, I'm not sure if we're definitely going to have a session next week, but if we do, time zones will have changed in Europe by then, but not the US. So we have the wibbly wobbly timey wimey fucky wucky of daylight savings is happening again. So be aware of that for next week. Please make sure if you haven't already joined the Discord, we'll try to update you with what's going on there. Other than that, all I've got to do is thank those who have been here. Thank you to Lord Lambert, to DM Lake, to Bethany Rose. I've been Midgeman. This has been the Elendor Chronicles, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye now.
Toodaloo.